We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll please stand for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember McPartland. Okay, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Jones?
Here.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Here.
Councilmember Dixon?
Here.
Councilmember Dodd?
Here.
And Councilmember McPartland?
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to have a couple agenda modifications. Mr. Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have two items. The first one is a resolution in regards to the city and county meeting that's going to be taking place next week on September 21st. We're asking to add that underneath unfinished business as item 11B.
What is it, unfinished?
Unfinished business, item 11B.
What's the number on that resolution?
You should have it up there.
Resolution number?
Yeah, it's 2321.
Yes, sir.
All right, any objections to that, anyone?
No.
No, Mr. Benton?
And then the second one is just a clerical mistake in regards to items 12B and 12C. The attaching documents were flipped. So page number 272 should be with 12B, and page 270 should be with 12C.
Right, okay, so council, when we get to that, I'm just going to stay in the order that they are. Just remember that B is on the opposite page, so.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is proclamations. Here we go. The first proclamation we have is Constitution Day and Citizen Day, Constitution Week. Can I please have Rhonda Rygard, Holly Hamilton, and Abigail Sullivan come forward? And once I read this, I'll step down and hand it to you guys, and then I'll come back up and do the next one. Come on up. All right, thank you guys for coming. So this is a proclamation for Constitution Day and Citizen Day, Constitution Week. Whereas our founding fathers, in order to secure the blessing of liberty for themselves and their posterity, did ordain and establish a Constitution for the United States of America. Whereas the Congress, by joint resolution of February 29, 1952, designated September 17th as Constitution Day and Citizen Day, and by a joint resolution of August 2nd, 1956, requested that the President proclaim the week beginning September 17th and ending September 23rd of each year as Constitution Week. And whereas it is of the most significant importance that all American citizens fully understand the provisions and principles contained in the Constitution in order to support, preserve, defend it against all enemies. And whereas celebrating the anniversary of the signing of the Constitution provides an opportunity for all Americans to realize the achievements of the framers of the Constitution and the rights, privileges, and responsibilities it affords. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Sebastian City Council members hereby proclaim the day of September 17, 2023 as Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, and the week of September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week. Therefore, we encourage all residents to reflect during the week of the many benefits of our federal Constitution and American citizenship, and join the ceremonies and activities commemorating Constitution Week. In doing so, we recommit ourselves to the enduring principles of the Constitution, and thereby secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. In witness whereof, the Sebastian City Council has hereunto set their hand and caused the seal of the great city of Sebastian to be affixed this 13th day of September, 2023. And I think someone has something.
As Regent of the Pelican Island Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, I would like to thank the City of Sebastian for the continued support in issuing the Constitution Week proclamation. I would like to invite everyone to visit our chapter's Constitution Week display at the Sebastian Library. If you are in the area, please stop by and take a look. I would also like to encourage you to ring a bell on Sunday, September 17th at 4 p.m. in honor of the Constitution being signed in 1776. Thank you.
I want to thank the City Council and staff for the opportunity of this proclamation. The Constitution is our founding document of this nation, and it deserves honor. So with great appreciation in my heart, I received this proclamation for Constitution Day and Week. Over the past few years, my parents and I have taken the opportunity to read the Constitution on Constitution Day, and every time we see something new, and it's very educational to do so. It only takes 45 minutes to an hour to read through the Constitution, and it's a valuable experience. I'm giving each of the City Council members a copy of the Pocket Principles, which has the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and a writing entitled The Timeless Principles of Liberty. And I want to thank my parents for the immense impact that they've had on my life in making sure I understand how important civic duty is in my life. And now that I'm 18, I can legally vote, and I'm looking forward to doing so. So I encourage you all to read the Constitution on Constitution Day with your families or throughout the week and understand how our nation's government works, for it is truly we the people who have the authority. Thank you.
On behalf of the Treasure Coast Society Children of the American Revolution, we thank you for presenting this Constitution Week certificate and can't wait to see what else the year has in store for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you. Turn it off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Sherry, Maureen, and Tristan, please come forward. Thank you, guys. Before I start this, as everyone can see, we have on our ties and colors for Hunger Action Month. Thank you guys for providing those to us. This is a Hunger Action Month, September 2023. Whereas hunger and poverty remain issues of grave concern in the United States, the state of Florida, the Treasure Coast, and the city of Sebastian, with 58,714 family households in Indian River County unable to afford basic costs of living. Whereas the city of Sebastian is committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need to combat hunger in every part of our city and provide additional resources that the citizens of Sebastian needs. Whereas the city of Sebastian is committed to working with the Treasure Coast Food Bank and mobilizing people about the role and importance of food banks and other hunger relief organizations in addressing hunger and bringing attention to the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. Whereas food banks and hunger relief organizations across the country, including Treasure Coast Food Bank, coordinated Hunger Action Day on September 15, 2023, and will continue to host numerous events throughout the month of September to shed light on this important issue and encourage involvement in efforts to end hunger in their local community. Now therefore, I, Fred Jones, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Sebastian, Florida, do hereby proclaim September as Hunger Action Month in Sebastian and call this observance to the attention of our citizens. In witness whereof, the city council, all 5 of us, has hereunto set our hands and caused the great seal of Sebastian to be affixed this 13th day of September, 2023.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sherry Siegfried. I'm Director of Client Services for the Treasure Coast Food Bank, and I'd like to thank the City Council tonight for sporting their orange, which orange is the color of hunger. On behalf of the Treasure Coast Food Bank President and CEO Judy Cruz, our dedicated staff and volunteers and Board of Directors, I would like to thank you for proclaiming September Hunger Action Month. And now we're going to hear from our volunteers, Ms. Maureen Pringle and Tristan.
As a member of the Feeding America network of food banks, the Treasure Coast Food Bank is leading the fight against hunger in our community by securing millions of meals and providing them to people facing hunger. We are proud to partner with more than 300 local food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other emergency food providers throughout Indian River, St. Lucie, Martin, and Okeechobee counties. Throughout the month of September, the Treasure Coast Food Bank has a number of events, including this past weekend, our annual Outlaugh Hunger Comedy Show, and this weekend, our 3rd annual Outrun Hunger 5K. For more information on all of these events, you can visit our website at stophunger.org. And now, Tristan.
Thank you for your continued support in the fight against hunger.
Thank you. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So as everybody can tell, I'm just used to getting up and down all the time. I don't really have to do this, but I could stand down there and do it all, but I feel more comfortable up here, so. And I like moving because we're going to be here. All right, the next proclamation we have is National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, September 2023. Whereas the City of Sebastian would like to recognize the month of September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor those children whose lives have been irrevocably impacted by this terrible illness, and to strengthen the national search for a cure. Whereas each year, tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery and inspiring hope. Whereas while progress against some childhood cancer has been made, the cure rate for many forms of childhood cancer remains less than 50%. With the incidence of childhood cancers increasing at more rapid rate than any other group. And whereas this disease not only affects the child diagnosed with the cancer, but also their entire support network of devoted parents, loved ones, and friends. Whereas the City of Sebastian recognizes that the devastating impact that this disease has on members of our community and the importance of increased research of childhood cancer. And whereas this month we recognize that these burdens are shared by countless dedicated healthcare professionals, organizations, charities, and parent advocacy groups which support patients and families by offering advice, encouragement, hope, and financial assistance, and work tirelessly to lift the spirits of children suffering from cancer. Now, therefore, I, Fred Jones, by the virtue of authority invested in me as the mayor of the City of Sebastian, do hereby proclaim September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. And witness whereof, the City Council, all 5 of us, have hereunto set our hand and caused the seal of the great city of Sebastian to be affixed this 13th day of September 2023. Who's here? Jessica and Char?
Thank you. My name is Jessica. I'm a mother of 3. My youngest son was Julian Fraga. He was 6 years old when he was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. It's a type of blood cancer. The treatment protocol is traditionally 3 years long. He didn't make it 3 years. He passed away at the age of 8 in 2015, just a few months shy of his 9th birthday. Since my son's passing, I've grown to be an advocate for pediatric cancer awareness. I have 2 goals in my heart. One is to keep raising awareness by bringing as much attention to pediatric cancer as possible, and the other is to keep making my son proud. Every year during the month of April, which is his birth month, I hold lemonade stands in hopes that I support Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation. Some people have heard of that foundation. I do this in April because, like I said, it's his birthday. So instead of planning a birthday, I plan fundraising events to raise money for pediatric cancer. It helps me a lot to put my energies into something positive. I've made some gold ribbons. They're in the back of the room. If you wouldn't mind wearing them during the month, and if anybody asks, share with them what it means. Just keep talking about it, because that's how eventually we'll make a change. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, let me gather myself. Mr. Vice Mayor, can you go through the announcements, please?
I sure can. Brief announcements. Monday, September 18th, that's this upcoming Monday, we'll have a special city council meeting for the first public hearing on the millage, the budget, the CIP program, and our financial policies. Tuesday, September 19th, the IRC MPO Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan Community Workshops, the first 2 of 4, at 10 a.m. to noon at the Gifford Youth Achievement Center, and 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 at the Intergenerational Rec Center. There will be 2 other workshops, and one of those is in Sebastian later on in the month, in October. Wednesday, September 20th, actually, here we go. Wednesday, September 20th, the IRC MPO Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan Community Workshop from 10 a.m. to noon at the Vero Beach Community Center, and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the North County Library here in Sebastian. So if you're interested in that, they want to get all the input they can related to walking and biking trails and things like that. That's September 20th, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Sebastian North County Library.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Is there any public input on anything that's not on the current agenda? Yes. Come up, sir. You raise your hand.
My name is Ben Hawker, resident of Sebastian, and I'd like to put some information and questions, and this is being done by the Sebastian Property Owners Association. They've sent me here as a talking piece. One, you're having 2 public docks which are in horrible repair. The people in the town, being a fishing town, have talked about the fact you're going to be utilizing it for the sheriff's department, which means closing a section of that fishing pier and recreation pier through a grant. We'd like to have a workshop or two so the people in the city can at least have some input into it. Not between, well, it is a fishing community, a full fishing community. I did a lot of boating. I'm having trouble moving around. I utilize the piers, and you're taking a pier away. The prior manager was going to put the boat parking down there and a boat ramp, but it turned out the grant was for just a public fishing recreation pier. I'll leave that as a statement and a question. Don't get old, you need glasses.
I'm only 39 and I need them.
Well, let me talk to you when you hit 79. Oh, that's what it was. Do we have an election coming up? And the Sebastian property owners, with a large network of contacts through the internet, et cetera, we're getting a lot of inquiries to have a forum of the candidates. The City of Sebastian Property Owners Association would like to question and possibly get a hint of an answer to utilize the City Hall, this facility, being broadcast on our network, to have a council candidate forum. I'll leave it at that. I think that covers pretty much it, with the exception we're getting a bunch of calls on the contract with Waste Management. Half of the city are snowbirds. We've given a gift to Waste Management. I hear we only had one bid come in, but did we rebid it? Did we get all the bids coming in? Surrounding areas, I know Waste Management is extremely large. They have a lot of power. But again, you now have given me a garbage container that's about 900 pounds, which I have a damn hard time getting down the driveway and bringing it back up. And it's picked up once a week, which doubles the weight. But that's, again, the increase in cost from Waste Management is reflected on the fact that we gave them half of our city that wasn't paying garbage tax because they're either retired, snowbirds, etc. No consideration was taken for that. I'd like to have a thought from you at a later date, whenever, somebody get back to me, or the Sebastian Property Owners Association, the directors will get in touch with whoever could come up with it. It's a problem for all of us. And now I'll go to my question. We have swales. We're paying a small fortune to maintain them. I drive through all of these streets. There's landscapers with their trailers straddling the swales. One in particular, I won't point out the house, but it's directly across from the ball field on Barber Street. And you drive through the neighborhoods here, everyone's got swale intrusion with vehicles. The other thing is, we make all of our landscapers put a red cone when they park in the street. It took me 20 minutes to come down Barber Street with FedEx stopping at almost every house with no way to get around them because of southbound traffic. I don't know if there's an answer to that. And it's the same with Amazon, which I do use. Again, I would really like to know whether we can do a forum for the candidates, and whom should I get back in touch with?
Well, sir, we don't do the political thing in here, so.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
may I address that?
Sure, Mr. Dodd.
Aren't two candidates for the city council in this election members of the board of the Property Owner Association?
Or what?
Aren't two of the candidates for city council? in
Well, if you
November-
want to do the questioning, we're not saying anything about that. We just want a forum so the public can see who, what, when,
okay.
and are going to be there.
What I would like to know is, there are two candidates
Well, there
for
are
city
two,
council
yes.
that are members of the board of directors of the Property Owner Association, is
Yes,
that correct?
they are.
Okay. Then
But-
I think that's sufficient reason why we would not want to support a forum by that.
Well, how does the public get to know the people? How do they
There
know?
are other forums, there's stuff on TC Palm, there's other ways.
All
but-
right, I'm not going to go any further with it because it says there's no response to the public input.
There's plenty of response to public input. Also, I'd like to address something you said about the waste management contract. Not that I want to defend it any more than it's been defended. It's not half the people. Over 70% of the people in the city were already subscription customers of waste
Still,
management.
it was a gift. And I got a price increase on my garbage tax. I also got a once-a-week pickup.
All right. I'm
So
not gonna debate you on it, but you quoted.
No, I didn't want to
you
debate on it.
misquoted
I
the
just
facts.
brought out
And
a
if you're gonna get
fact.
up and misquote the facts during the election cycle, you're politicking.
I'm not
Thank
getting
you.
into politics.
All right,
I'm done now.
I asked a very
Mr. Dodd, do you have anything else, sir?
No, I just asked a straight question. I didn't
Yeah.
expect to get into a
That's
discussion.
all right, we respect your, right to, speak your opinion, so if.
I thank you
so
very
much,
much.
sir. Yes, sir, absolutely. All right, next.
Can you stop that?
All right, the next thing on our agenda, council, next thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, and I'd like to pull item B.
D is in dog?
No, B is in boy.
B is in boy, okay.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, I move approval of consent agenda item A, C, D, E, F, G, and H.
I think we should pull letter C too.
All right,
Oh, there you
then
go.
I move approval of item A, D, E, F, G, and H.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd,
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin, and Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, so I pulled item B only for informational purposes. I'm definitely supporting it. I was contacted a while back by people from the VSO, Veteran Service Officers, and saying they were going to be losing their facility here in Sebastian at a county building. And they asked me to look into it to see if the city could help them out with that. And I went to Mr. Benton, and he worked with county staff and everything, and now we're going to be, hopefully, if with council's approval, we're going to be providing a space at the building right next door to City Hall for the VSOs. We have a lot of veterans in this town, and the last thing we need to see is those veterans have to go to Vero Beach to get those services and to speak to veteran service officers. So this is, I just want to make sure that everybody understands. All right. Do we need to vote separately on these, right? No. No, okay.
Just make a motion, we need to vote on the original ones,
Yeah.
because that was a motion, and then we can vote on B and C independently.
Yeah, all right, so I'm done, and I would like to make a motion that we approve item B.
Okay, and we haven't voted yet on A.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
We did. Yeah, we did, yeah.
I second, Chair.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Dixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd,
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin. Yes. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Nunn.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
I was gonna pull this one too, but Kelly, you have it. Go ahead.
It was the same reason, piggybacking kind of on what Mayor Jones said. Mr. McPartlin, I think, brought it to our attention a couple meetings ago about the Veterans Services kind of closing its doors more nearby. And so, Mr. Benton, would you like to elaborate on the letter?
Yes, thank you. So this letter is just in support from the council and the city, supporting our veteran services, the VA, and improving the services that are provided to the local Indian River County veterans locally in Vero Beach. I know one of the things that was brought to our attention was that they were losing some of the doctors and specialty care, and it was requiring veterans to have to drive to West Palm Beach to receive those services. So with your request, you all's request, we've drafted a letter from the mayor to the director of the West Palm Beach VA requesting them to take immediate action to improve services that are offered to our local veterans within Indian River County and reduce them having to travel to West Palm Beach.
Yes.
All
So
right.
I just pulled it so our citizens could see that the city's trying to help out.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve item C.
Second. Yeah. Yeah, are there? Yeah, sure. If there's somebody want to speak on that, absolutely, come forward.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Bethany Fortunato, and I am the Secretary of the Military Officers Association of America, the local Indian River chapter. And our board became very concerned at the mass exodus that was happening at that clinic. And I really, on behalf of the board, we very much appreciate your support. We had Director Price at the last Veterans Council meeting, and it was a lot of this we're going to do, this we're going to do, this we're going to do, but we need immediate action, and we're really putting the pressure on them to bring immediate action. One doctor has already left, Dr. Fortunato, who's here tonight, and the other doctor will be gone as of October 5th. So as of October 5th, there will not be a permanent position in the Vero Beach CBOC. This is very concerning to us. It takes 90 to 120 days to onboard a new physician. So even if they had applications today, we wouldn't have a physician there for the rest of the year. So we really very much appreciate your support. All the pressure that we can put on Director Price to make changes, the better. We saw this morning on USA.gov, we don't have enough information to speak intelligently about it, but as of my husband has been watching USA.gov because he's been looking for a position. And so he's been getting alerts. He did not get an alert on this one because he's just turned it off. He does have a position now. But USA.gov this morning, the West Palm Beach VA was opening up positions for clinics for physicians at all of the clinics that are under this contract. I should have mentioned that the Vero Beach Clinic, along with 4 other clinics, are under a contract. They are not run by the VA. They're run by a contractor that has a contract with the VA. And we're calling that contract into question because they're not properly staffing these clinics. But interestingly enough, this morning, the West Palm Beach VA had jobs posted for physicians in all 5 of those clinics. And they were calling for those positions to be filled from positions within the West Palm Beach VA facility, which is very interesting because all of these clinics are under a contract. So my husband has emailed them today to find out whether or not they're going to be physicians that work for the VA that can work under this contract. We're not sure. Usually, they're typically employees of the contractor and not of the VA. But we feel like we've gotten some movement forward. So we feel like we're making some headway. So again, we just want to thank you all for continuing to put the pressure on Director Price to make things happen because our veterans in Indian River County deserve care here in this county. And I also want to apologize because when we drafted the initial letter, we're all from Vero Beach, we're thinking Vero Beach, we failed to copy Mayor Jones. And then I ran into Bob at the Veterans Council meeting when they were talking about sending their letter, and that's when I gave him a copy of the City of Vero Beach's letter, and we very, very much appreciate your support.
So is Dr. Brown leaving too?
Yes, she is. She'll be gone as of October 5th.
I just got here not too long ago.
Yep.
I lost a doctor in
Turn your mic on, Ed.
I'm sorry. My orthopedic doctor in Port St. Lucie is gone because they won't pay him travel time from West Palm Beach. And they make it so difficult for him to see patients in Port St. Lucie. He just told them he wasn't going to go there anymore.
Is that the multi-specialty clinic in Port St. Lucie?
Yeah. And they moved hearing aid stuff there. They're building that clinic up a little bit. My fear is that what they'll do is move everything from Port Pierce and Vero to Port St. Lucie. and that's my biggest fear.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, we're going to keep putting the pressure on them. I really don't think that they'll close the Vero Beach CBOC. In fact, they're talking about opening a multi-specialty clinic in Indian River County.
Well, that would be good.
But that, unfortunately, is, 3 to 5 years down the road. We can't wait that long. As was brought up at the Veterans Council meeting last week by Colonel Tony Young, we've got World War II veterans that are patients. My husband had 3 or 4 of them. They can't wait. We've got to get this taken care of, and it's got to be taken care of immediately. So
Mayor
thank you
Jones.
very much for your support.
Mayor Jones, may I speak?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you please send me an email? I could give you some information about how to contact the media. November is a very important month for reporters, especially investigative reporters.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'd be happy to do that.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
All right, thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much.
You know, this is an interesting topic, Mr. Mayor,
All right.
because on any given day, I never know where I'm going to wind up. But this morning, and I learned something new today, is that Florida has its own Department of Veteran Affairs, which thank God they do. And I went down and visited the nursing facility off of Tradition. I guess it's basically fairly new within the last 2 years. And I met a couple of World War II veterans that were down there. And it's a facility for 120 people, and they only have 38 residents in there. But they see, and I was talking, because I didn't know also that the state has their own Veteran Services officer. So I ran into one down there, and she was talking about the VA is looking quite possibly to get all the CBOTs back under the VA, is what she told me, which would be 5 years down the road. Right, but better than what is currently there. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, yeah, absolutely, thank you. All right, so do we have any committee reports?
Did we vote?
I think we need to vote.
Oh, did we? Oh, yeah, we didn't vote on that one yet. So we made the motion in the second.
Yes.
Any other discussion on this item?
No.
Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
And Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Yes. So it sounds like we had a Veterans Council meeting there. Bob, do you have a report on that?
No, I had an emergency and I couldn't make it.
Oh, okay, all right. MPO?
Well, we had a good MPO meeting this morning, and we talked about mostly stuff in Vero, not in Sebastian. It was the Aviation Boulevard and some stuff like that. But they're moving forward pretty quickly on expanding State Road or County Road 512 from I-95 into Fellsmere, which for those of us who drive to Fellsmere sometimes would be an enhancement. So that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else with a committee report? All right, hearing none, our next order of business is we're going to be dealing with a construction board, and looks like we have one applicant, and I know Dave personally, and I think he'll be a good fit for it. So I would make a motion that we approve Dave Russ.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All right, Madam Clerk? I know you weren't ready for that one, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
And Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, so the next thing on our agenda is the Fair Housing Training and CDBG. Come forward to your presentation.
Hello, committee members. My name is Dawn Cobb. I'm with Guardian Community Resource Management. With the Community Development Block Grant, which is CDBG, it's required to have fair housing activities, and this is an activity to keep you in compliance with your grant. This particular one is on fair housing. And today we have lots of people here, which gets me excited, because normally there's only like 4 people. What is fair housing? Fair housing was established to protect people from discrimination when purchasing or renting a property as a residence. And it's illegal to discriminate based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or familial status when renting, selling, or financing a home or property. People have rights. If you feel you've been discriminated against when you're buying or renting a home, at the end of this presentation, you'll be provided with a contact who can help you for follow-up situations. Who is not protected? Discriminations based on the following factors are not covered by Fair Housing Act: age, marital status, sexual orientation, source of income, criminal history, including sexual offenders and juvenile offenders, and non-recovering users of an illegal substance. It also excludes an owner-occupied building up to 4 units, a home sold or rented by an owner as long as he or she does not own more than 3 homes or use a real estate agent or has not sold a home in the last 24 months. A housing development operated by an organization or club, a qualified housing development of 55 plus. Under the Fair Housing Act, it is against the law to advertise housing to preferred groups of people only, threaten, coerce, intimidate, or interfere with someone who is an advocate for his or her fair housing rights, impose different terms or conditions on a mortgage loan, make assumptions about your ability to pay based only on your race or national origin. Note, a bank does have the right to make sure that you can actually pay for the loan. And ask a person with a disability to prove he or she can live independently. Under the Fair Housing Act, it is against the law to show an apartment or a home in only certain neighborhoods, ask you about a disability unless you are requesting an accommodation or applying for a housing that gives priority to a person with disabilities, ask you to provide more documentation than is necessary to prove your disability or connection to your requested reasonable accommodations, refuse a reasonable accommodation unless it's not related to the person's disability or it would fundamentally alter the nature of the provider's operation or impose an undue financial administrative burden. As I say, for fair housing complaints, you can contact the Florida Housing on Human Relations. There's websites. I don't think you really want me to read them all. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they're located at 451 7th Street Southwest in Washington, D.C. And you can also call 800-440-8091. Any questions about fair housing?
No, ma'am.
Oh,
No.
and I'll probably be standing up here for the next item.
You're ready. Go.
I'm ready.
For the amendment.
Okay. She's getting it? Okay. Good. It's not there. Okay. This is an amended action plan. It's pretty much a technical amendment for the 2021-2022. This is like a picture in time from October 1st of 2021 to September 30th, 2022 for the City of Sebastian's Community Development Block Grant. The original funding was $133,517. What we're looking to roll over for fiscal year 2021, which is not your fiscal year, it's the grant fiscal year, so I should say program year, is $130,668.86. We have already spent $141,554,090, which gives you a total remaining of $122,640.96. That's what we're amending. The national objective is to benefit low to medium income individuals. It's based off a census survey for the indirect benefit. It's income verified. It's to help eliminate slum and blight and for urgent needs. The activity right now would be home repair. For program for veterans, elderly, and disabled, it's $112,275. For administration of $10,365. If you take those two figures, that will add up to the $122,640.96. The activities we're helping repair people's homes. This is a citywide application for veterans, elderly, and disabled. It's to provide home rehabilitation work targeted to veterans. Home repair may include improvements to some with disabilities, ramps, hand grass bars. It's a service area that's citywide, and the outcome statements the benefit to 4 LMI households with the priority to very low income and low income veterans, elderly, and disabled. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before you move on, I just want, people look at these numbers and sometimes they go kind of crazy. And they think, well, you're doing $120,000 worth of work, but you're costing $10,000 to administer it. If they ever see the manual that you have to prepare for the government on this, they'll question how you can even do it for $10,000. It's monstrous. The amount of paperwork that's required to satisfy the government on these things. So that's the reason it costs so much to administer it.
It's probably
It's this thick.
I was going to say the guidebook's probably about 200 to 300 pages.
Yeah.
It designates exactly what we can do, what we can't do,
Right.
and all the reports and documents you actually have to submit with it.
Yeah.
It's just, they just don't believe you. You have to give backups of checks and invoices.
Oh,
and
it's
Not to mention there's changes every year. You gotta
changes
keep
every,
up with
yeah,
those.
changes
Every
all the time.
3
Right,
months.
every year.
3 months.
3 months.
That's the reason.
They got new rules
Yeah,
pretty much every 3
That's the reason there's so
months.
much money in there for administration, is because of what the government forces you to go through to do that. I just wanted to mention that.
I was going to say, if anybody's ever applied for a government loan, they'd understand the hoops you have to come through.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have any questions, or what we're looking for you is to approve the amended action plan.
Okay.
I move approval.
Second. Any other discussion?
I'd just like to say, Mr. Mayor, I know we do put this up on like Channel 25 and advertise and who is eligible. I wish we could put up, like if it was a family of 1, what that dollar amount actually is. Or typically for seniors, a family of 2, what that actual dollar, where they would qualify. Because people see it and they think, oh, that's not me. You know, they got to be the bare minimum. But a lot of our seniors are in this situation that could benefit from this.
If you give me a second, I can pull it up on my phone. I could tell you what your income is. I just have to go grab my phone.
If we can get that to the city manager,
Yeah,
then
we'll
he
have
can
it
get it
put
put
up.
on our website.
Yeah.
We'll have it added to our website, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll get to Michelle. Michelle will get it on your website. Elizabeth. It's also in the application.
Okay,
but-
very good. All right, thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Nobody has raised their hand.
All right, public input's closed. No further discussion. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
And Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And they'll get the slide up for the next one, which is the action plan for the new funding coming in 2023 to 2024. The funding, the amount we're anticipating is $128,152.
Which one is this? What are we on? This is
C.
This is C, but we're not, yeah, hang on for that one. I got to get the city attorney to read C, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. We're on item 10C. We're going to go ahead and open this hearing since it's a public hearing. City attorney, read the resolution, please.
Resolution number R-23-19, a resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, approving the Community Development Block Grant 2023-2024 Annual Action Plan and authorizing the city manager to execute and transmit all documents to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, providing for conflicts, scriveners, errors, and effective date.
All right, thank you. This is part of the staff presentation, Brian? Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun on you.
No, that's fine.
Again, this is for the 2023 to 2024, and this is, again, Community Development Block Grant fiscal year, not the city's fiscal year. The amount their original funding we're anticipating is $128,152. It's for a national objective. It's, again, to benefit low and middle income people. It is census or survey indirect benefit. It's income verification for direct benefit, and to again eliminate slum and blight and urgent needs. If you take the $102,522, which is what we're anticipating for repairing of homes, and then with the administration cost of $25,630, the reason why that's a little higher, we're anticipating assisting 9 homes. 9 homes, right, Antonio? Yes, okay. I have, anybody knows I have Antonio Jenkins with me here. Project that is again for home repair to help veterans, elderly, and disabled. Again, it's citywide application. It's to provide rehabilitation to people's homes. Target for veterans, home repairs may include rehabilitation to make improvements to someone with disabilities. It's citywide, and the outcome statement is the benefit. And I didn't realize I caught that. It should have been 9 LMI households with priority to BLI, and which is very low income to low income veterans, elderly, and disabled. And again, I'm sorry, my slide said 4. I didn't catch that. I put that there. And thank you.
All right, is there any other staff presentation?
We have nothing additional, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this? Do we have anyone on Zoom? Oh, come up, sir.
Good evening. My name is Antonio Jenkins. I'm also with Guardian CRM, so technically not really a public comment. Just a little bit more of an update on the funding. Over the last little less than 3 years with the CDBG Housing Rehabilitation Program, we have serviced or will be servicing roughly about 17 homeowners. In year 1, with the fiscal year funding, there were 4 to 5 homes that we assisted with various sorts of rehabilitation. New roofs to make sure folks can meet their insurance requirements, accessibility features, walk-in showers for folks who are disabled, hurricane hardening, and things of that nature. In year 2, we also serviced about 4 additional homes, and this year we will be servicing 9 homes. So these funds do make a difference in the community. They do help out individuals who are very low income, elderly. We're still working on trying to get our veteran numbers up. So usually every year around this time, there will be an advertisement that we place in the paper stating that we will be using these funds for housing rehabilitation. We're nearing that time again. So anyone in the audience here who may have family members or may personally be in need, keep an eye out for those particular advertisements. Ms. Michelle here in Community Development has our number. Anybody who wants to get in contact with Guardian and be placed on a notifier list when those funds are available, we'll be glad to take that information. Again, we're trying to get our veteran numbers up. We have been for the last couple of years to assist veterans who may need some assistance, but it can be a little bit scary to veterans. They have a little bit of distrust of some of the government programs.
Imagine that, huh?
But I did just want to come up and say that, and in those advertisements, it does list individual household incomes from 1 person to 2 people, all the way up to 8 individuals. So those numbers are available. They can also be found at the HUD website that shows income levels by year and what's eligible in the Indian River County metro area. That's it. I will hush now.
May I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
How long do you keep the application open?
It's usually kept open for about 6 months. It has to be in accordance with your, what they call the Housing Assistance Plan, or the HAP. It's the governing document that oversees and tells us what we can and cannot do and what our national and local objectives are for the program.
And is there a waiting list that you roll over, or do they have to apply annually?
There is not. We try to service everyone as they apply for that particular year, so that may increase the amount of assistance someone can get or decrease it based on the number of individuals. So we don't currently have a waiting list. That's why before I used the phrase notifier list.
Right.
That way those folks who are interested can be notified.
Okay,
Right.
great,
And then
thank
they would
you.
go through the application process, and then it's a first come, first approved, first served basis.
Right, so it's ran until the money runs out.
We implement it until the money's gone.
Right, so if first 5 get it and the money runs out because of what has to be done, then that's it?
Well, we try to be equitable in that. For instance, this year we had nine folks, and we had a little over $112,000 to spend. So that means the year before, where we had 5 people, we could spend roughly about $20,000 per home. Now we end up at about $12,500 per home. It just so happens our applicant pool will allow us to spend that money effectively in one way or another, a new roof or an an accessibility shower with grab bars, disability height toilet and things of that nature. So we just kind of try to make sure we spend it equitable for everyone so no one's waiting. But again, it's based on the applicants and what the need is. So to say we will always serve everyone who applies may not necessarily be true, but we try to make it so.
Yeah, so you try to work it out so it can be spread out if there's
Yes.
more than 4 or 5 applicants
Yes.
to spend the money on. Right,
Yes.
okay.
Because that application process is a process. And the folks take the time to go through that. We want to make sure that if we can, we do service them.
What about providing assistance to completing that application if people are not comfortable with completing that application?
They do. They have the number to my office, and all the administrative staff, including Ms. Cobb here, we're more than welcome to come out to people's homes, or most of the time we can help them over the phone. But if we need to come out, we're always available.
All right.
And I'm always in the area, so they'll generally just send me.
Okay, very good. I just want everybody to know that, you know, even if they have a hard time with the application, that there's somebody there to help them to complete that application.
That's correct,
properly.
because it can be daunting.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public? No one on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
All right, public input's closed. You want to do a final summation, or you're done?
I'd let him finish it.
Okay, there you go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and close this hearing. Council, what's your pleasure on this?
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R23-19.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd,
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin,
Yes.
and Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, next item is item 10D, second reading and public hearing of ordinance number O-23-08. This hearing is open. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 0-23-08, an ordinance of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, relating to waterways, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 110, Waterways, providing for severability and repeal of laws in conflict, providing for codification, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
All right, Mr. Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is back for the second reading. In order to be in compliance with our grant application that we've made to fund the Florida Inland Navigation District, their requirement is to have all of our permits and processes completed by September 18th. We're required to modify this ordinance that is before you all. The modification addresses the period of mooring for governmental boats and also brings the code into compliance with local regulations and state statutes. This is a project that involves, in reference to, you know, the comments made earlier, we have our twin piers at Riverview Park, and the southern pier, which they are in close proximity to each other, the southern pier, or the southern dock area, is the area that we have approximately 26 docks that we have for boats to utilize. This will make the last 6 docks accessible to local law enforcement, Sebastian Police Department, Indian River Sheriff's Department, Fire Rescue, FWC can have usage of those, and we'll enter in some local agreements with all of those agencies. There still will be 20 docks available to the public. So we're not closing off the entire area. It's only the last 6, the furthest 6 that are out there. And then, as I mentioned, the North Pier will be accessible for people to walk out. I don't have the exact number, but it's probably, 25 yards separating the two, so they're in really close proximity. And the North Pier will not be touched by this project. People will be able to walk all the way out on that pier and access it for fishing or whatever they decide. But before you tonight is the ordinance, the second hearing for this ordinance, and we request approval.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this?
Ben Hawker, City of Sebastian. What I didn't realize it was on the agenda. I didn't get a chance. I was trying to hunt up something else. You got a horrible website, by the way. You can get lost real quick and never get back. Is the sheriff's department renting premises there? Will there be a building on the end? That's why I turned around and said the property owners would like to have just an open meeting to at least discuss for the public what's really going on. People are calling me and other people going, you know anything about it? Well, I wasn't following it. I didn't. I now find out it's already set to get voted on. And we're sitting here, or I am, and a lot of other people wondering what's really going on. The docks are in ill repair. They've got to be repaired. They weren't fixed. It took a year just to fix the dock at the yacht club where the boat ramp is. Because waiting for a grant, I was told? How is this going through when you couldn't even do anything to put a ramp in for the people at the boat ramp? Over a year. And we had fights down there, people arguing, screaming. Then you put a sign up that says, you can only park at this ramp 1 hour. We had 2 boats blocking that boat ramp, and they went into Mulligan's and tied their boats up, and nobody could put their boat in. There's signs there stating 1 hour limit. What's going on over here with this? And why are we bringing in the sheriff's department? Why don't we just get annexed by the county? Our taxes are going up. We're getting things going through the roof. That's planning coming up. Port St. Lucie just announced they might double their tax rate. They're not happy down there. We're annexing. We're doing everything. We're building buildings at the airport for $9 million. It should have been $3 million. Don't quote me on the 9 because I didn't get verification. That was a statement made to me. What's going on? And now we're going to put in a boat ramp to put the sheriff's department? They were at Mulligan's. Let them rent at Mulligan's. They were happy. Where are they going to be parking their cars? On the mud lot that's down there? If it rains, where are they going to park? You think they're going to stay off that grass area from the road to the water, to the ramp walkway? I don't think so. A workshop would be a very good idea. You might want to consider that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Really? You kidding me?
Remember, we're going to start that now.
Really, I get it. You know, we generally do not allow all of this clapping in here. I understand everybody, we give everybody the opportunity to speak their mind and ask questions, but that is truly not necessary, and I would ask you all to refrain from that, please. So, is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this? All right, public input is closed. Mr. Benton's summation. All right, go ahead. Hang on, Mr. Benton. Mr. Dodd.
Okay, go ahead. I just want, Brian, could you give us I know this started before you got involved, but can you give us kind of a summation? I mean, this isn't brand new, and right now we have agencies that are responsible for patrolling the river and maintaining public safety on the river that really no longer will have a place to put their boats in the water. And so can you give us kind of a summation on what the past of this initiative is?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So just to kind of give an update, so this happened probably 6 to 8 months ago. The local agencies, and to be clear, we have interlocal agreements, interagency agreements between the City of Sebastian Police Department, the Indian River County Sheriff's Department, Indian River County Fire Rescue, and Florida Fish and Wildlife. All of those agencies at any given time, for the most part, have a boat on the water, can respond to any incidents that happen, whether it's within the City of Sebastian's jurisdiction, the inlet, any of those. So all 4 of those agencies work really closely together. The Sheriff's Department and City of Sebastian Police Department did have their boats docked at Mulligan's. That is correct. We were notified that the rent was increasing a lot. They did a lot of improvements on their docks, and they wanted to go more of the private route. in regards to the amount that they could get per foot to dock their boats there. So with that, a lot of discussions were had, and it required the city, the sheriff's department to now, they have to trailer their boat for the North County area. They don't have dock area. And if you go around to any of the other marinas in the area, they don't have dock slips available. So we're kind of forced into the element of having to now trailer the boats and launch them at the boat ramp, which, if there happens to be a need for emergency services, that every single minute matters. And without the boats being on the water, that takes quite a bit of time to get them down to the boat ramp and launch them. So in discussions with everyone, one of the things we looked at, as I mentioned before, we have approximately 26 boat slips at that southern boat dock, which is rarely used. It is not used that often. The city, once again, with our interagency groups, each one of those groups, the fire department, FWC, sheriff's department, have all agreed in principle. Now we've got to finalize all those interlocal agreements in regards to this, which we can't finalize until we find out if we receive the fine grant. So all this is putting into motion the grant opportunity we have. The application was submitted. We had numerous public meetings to discuss the application for the fine grant, which did come before you all. It was publicly advertised, and we had to get permission and approval to even apply for the grant. So that process was followed, and it was via public meetings. And so once we get, if we find out if we get the fine grant, then we'll finalize those interlocal agreements with those agencies. But every one of those agencies will be paying towards the project. So we have commitments from each one of those entities to assist with the project, and it will allocate the final 6 docks on that dock to them, but we'll still maintain 20 docks to the public for public use to come and dock your boat per our code, which is what we're discussing here tonight. This ordinance is in regards to amending our code, but it will allow 20 boat slips to still be there for the public to utilize if they so choose.
And it's important to realize those are day use slips only.
Yes, sir.
These are not slips that are rented to an individual to permanently dock their boat there. Those are day use slips only.
Yes, sir.
Those 20 slips. And I personally can't remember the last time I saw somebody tie a boat up there, but I mean, I'm sure people do. Periodically, they want to go to a restaurant or something like that, they can tie up and go to the restaurant. It's very, very, it's almost disappointing because people want to all of a sudden assume that the government is trying to screw them. It's that simple, and it's that crude. Okay, we're not. We're trying to be good partners with the remaining governments within the county. We already have agreements with them. They have no place to put their boats. And if you happen to be on the river and have an accident, or if you happen to be on the river and there's 4 boats worth of teenagers and they're all drunk and they're just buzzing every boat around the river, and you want to call the sheriff's department, do you want them to get there in 10 minutes or do you want them to get there in an hour and a half? And if they're able to put their boat in the water and keep it there, they can get there in 10 minutes or 15 minutes in Northern County. It's that simple. So for people to assume that we're trying to take advantage of them or that we're trying to do something that is not being done for the public safety need and to the advantage and to the benefit of the citizens, it's wrong. It's a wrong approach on this. This isn't brand new. It hasn't been something that's just all of a sudden thrown up on the windmill. And so I move approval of Resolution 02308.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would just like to verify and clarify. We are not touching the fishing pier, the North Pier, correct?
No.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are only taking away the last 6 mooring docks on the mooring pier of 26 docks and making that off limits to the public.
Correct, sir.
Okay. So we're providing a public benefit by using a dock that is very, very rarely used. It is not used for fishing. It's not a fishing dock. The fishing dock is north of that. I can't see how there could be any complaints about doing this. We're actually going to use city property for our city boat as well as rent property, or I should say, the other agencies that we're putting there are gonna help pay for the cost of the lifts and all the other stuff, along with the fine grant, which is a wonderful grant. So this is a win for us. I want to second Mr. Dodd's motion.
I think it was already seconded by
Okay.
Councilmember Dixon.
Thank
but
you.
Also, I'd like to say, you know, for years, that pier has been there, and I'm on the river a lot. I don't see boats on that pier, docked over there. There's no boats. The water's too shallow. So for somebody to accuse us of something that is not even fair, those slips that were not even used, and this is a real benefit to our citizens of Indian River, and people out on the ocean for that matter. When something happens, law enforcement goes out there and they have the ability to jump in their boat and go out there and not take an hour and a half or 2 hours to get there. They can drive here, jump in the boat, 30 minutes, they can be there. So this is not something that was done overnight, and nobody uses those piers. I've seen them for years, and I've even asked, early on, I asked about that. Are people allowed to use those boat docks? Because I never see anybody there. And, you know, you have to have a shallow draft boat in order to get in there. So.
And one more thing, Mr. Mayor, if I may, Brian, could you, as part of this, could you get one of the staff members to go out there and look at those docks and identify what's wrong with them, if there is something wrong with them?
Mr. Mayor, probably.
Yeah.
So we are aware, we received hurricane damage last November on these docks. If you remember, I know that it's been referenced how long it took at the yacht club. We were waiting on FEMA at the yacht club. That wasn't a grant, it was FEMA reimbursement. We had to get approval from them. The same thing is going on with these docks. FEMA came down, did a site visit. We're still waiting in the process on that approval from them. Depending on how long this takes, it may kind of all be joined together with the upgrades to those final, because the ones that are damaged there are 4 of them that fall within those final 6. So if we get the FEMA approval first, we'll go ahead and do the repairs. If we don't, it'll all be lumped in with the project to upgrade those final 6 for this fine grant program.
All right, thank you.
All right. You have anything else, Mr. Benton? No, okay, public hearing is closed. Any other deliberation from council?
No.
Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're moving on to item E.
Yes.
All right, item E, first reading and transmittal hearing of ordinance number O-23-10. This hearing is now open. City Attorney?
Ordinance number 0-23-10, an ordinance of the City of Sebastian, Florida, related to the comprehensive plan, amending the comprehensive plan infrastructure and governance and implementation elements to incorporate the City of Sebastian's water supply work plan 2023 to 2035 in accordance with statutory provisions in Chapter 163-3117 Florida statutes, authorizing findings and administrative actions, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date, and providing an adoption schedule.
All right, thank you so much for that. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this? Oh, no, sorry.
Mr. Bennett.
Applicant.
Mr. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
So this is a request for a text amendment to the comprehensive plan. This is a statutory provision in Chapter 163.3117 of the Florida statutes relative to the comprehensive plan, requiring each local government to adopt a water supply plan and incorporate its applicable policies into their comprehensive plan. Just want to bring to mention on this that every local government has to prepare this 10-year plan or 10-year water supply work plan in accordance with this statute. The city did not do that when we were going through our comprehensive plan changes recently. The comprehensive plan 2020 to 2040 update, because St. John's was in the middle of doing their assessment and work plan, and they asked us to wait. So with that, we have Kimley Horn that has a presentation to do on this. Madeline is representing Kimley Horn and their planning staff, and I believe they are on Zoom. They were not able to be here in attendance, but they have a presentation and they're available on Zoom. And then staff, we can assist with any additional questions after that presentation.
All right, very good. Can you bring them in?
They're unmuted, they just haven't spoken yet.
Hi, this is Madeline Kinder with Kinley Horn. I will be sharing my screen. We have a PowerPoint presentation we'd like to share with you. I will turn off my video. Okay, thank you. And I believe Michelle is there controlling the screen, is that correct?
Yes, Michelle is here as well.
All right, thank you. Okay, so thank you, City Council and community, for allowing us to present the water supply work plan and proposed comprehensive plan amendments to you as part of this project. My name is Madeline Kinder. I'm here with Kinley Horn, and I also have my partners Grant Egan and my planning partner Philip DeMaria with me as well. Next slide, please. We'll begin by going through an overview of the presentation. So we will walk you through what a water supply plan is. We'll talk about specific elements, our findings, and the effects on the comprehensive plan. And then we'll step you through the proposed amendments. We have very few. And then we'll also talk about next steps for approval. So we'll start by talking about what a water supply plan is. This is a document that is required to be submitted to the state. It's done in conjunction with the St. Johns River Water Management District. Like staff said, once their regional water supply plan is done, we have 18 months to provide our water supply work plan. And this is true of any municipality in Florida, regardless if you all supply your own water or not. And then this will be used for them to inform some of their framework and their decision making. And it's also here to help inform some of your capital improvement projects. So next, we'll talk through the elements that we've included in the plan. We'll talk about the summary and analysis of the existing water supply conditions. We understand that the city of Sebastian does not provide any of their own water to their residents, that the water service is provided by Indian River County. So we've done a recap of that in the water supply work plan, and then where we've spent the bulk of our analysis and what you all are probably most interested in is the population projections and the estimated potable water demands. Then we'll talk about the compliance with local, regional, and state conservation efforts. So on the local level, you have the Sustainable Sebastian program. Regionally, that's your interactions with Indian River County and your compliance with the St. John's initiatives. And then at the state level, that's compliance with FDP. Next, we'll talk through the goals, objectives, and policies, and then we'll talk about relevant projects. So first, we wanted to hit on 3 major findings that we'll be presenting in the water supply plans. First is in regards to population projections. And what we found through our analysis is that the population projections presented in the comprehensive plan are consistent with what we're seeing today. So I think the good news is the planners, when they were developing the comprehensive plan, took into account the kind of increased rate of development that we're seeing right now and the rate of developer applications. That is included in this average annual 8% that we're anticipating through 2040. The second point deals with resources provided by Indian River County. Through our analysis, the population projections, and what we're anticipating for the demands within the city limits, we believe that Indian River County has sufficient resources to continue to supply water over this 10-year planning period that we looked at. And then lastly, your conservation efforts and your policies, such as your Sustainable Sebastian program, those have a huge impact on the Indian River Lagoon and St. Sebastian River. So even though you all are not directly delivering water to your customers, the things that you do locally have an impact on the region. So we found that the programs that you have implemented are moving towards the right direction and in helping with the health of those waterways.
This is just a recap of the statute. I think we touched on this. It just says that we need to implement this water supply plan within 18 months of approval of the regional water supply plan. Next, we'll touch on the proposed amendments. Like I mentioned, they're very few, and I want to mention too that these were developed in conjunction with St. John's. So we developed a draft water supply plan, submitted it to St. John's for initial review ahead of the formal review process. We got great feedback from them and partnered with them to help develop the objectives and policies that we're proposing incorporating into the comprehensive plan. So when we transmit this to the agencies, there should be no surprises here. So we can move on to the next slide. This is just a few bullets saying what we're proposing. This objective 4-1.6, it just reiterates the mechanism for how the water supply plan is incorporated into the comprehensive plan. And this last policy is really just wording. So we can move forward to the next slide. And this is all included in the water supply plan. Everything underlined is new wording that we're proposing including. And this is, like I said, it done in conjunction with St. John's, and just says you all will look at this every time St. John's publishes their regional water supply plan, and that you'll work with Indian River County to help continue to develop your plan. And then the last slide just touches on that one little wording. We just changed district to regional. Then the next steps for approval, here we are tonight talking with City Council. Hopefully, following this presentation, we can talk through transmittal to the state agencies, and the next step is their review, and then it will come back to you for formal approval and adoption if you choose to move in that direction. And that is it for our presentation. Thank you so much, and please let us know if you have any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Benton?
So I just want to clarify, not clarify, but build off of what Madeline had mentioned, is that this is the first reading before you all. They did work with St. John's in regards to this plan. If it is approved tonight, or if you approve it on the first reading tonight, it does still have to go to DEO for them to review it, and hopefully minimal changes or no changes at that point, and it'll come back to you all for a second reading for final approval.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this? Anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
Public input's closed. Mr. Benton, final, if any?
Just final, I just want to thank Kimley Horn for all their work and assistance on this plan, and also thank Community Development for their work with Kimley Horn to bring this forward and meet our requirements that we have to do, and we request approval tonight to move forward with our submittal of it.
All right, thank you so much. The public hearing is now closed. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recommend approval of ordinance -0-23-10. I'm actually very happy to see this plan because it helps verify some of the water questions related to drinking water, obviously within our county and within our city. So it's a great plan with some really good information.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have Mr. McPartland, second. Any other discussion from council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartland?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Can't hear you, sir.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
And Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is item 10F. First,
Take a break.
Yes.
oh yeah, okay, yeah, we may need to. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back. The next item on our agenda is item 10F, first reading and quasi-judicial public hearing of ordinance number O-23-11. I'm going to go ahead and open this hearing. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 0-23-11, an ordinance of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, approving a conceptual plan unit development plan for a project known as River Oaks Preserve consisting of...
Hang on a minute, Miss.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Consisting of 146.5 acres more or less with a zoning designation of PUDR Plan Unit Development Residential and a land use designation of VLDR Residential Very Low Density, 3 dwelling units per acre located south of Landfair and Lighthouse Avenues and north of CR 510 and Citrus Hideaway Subdivision, providing for conflicts, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you so much. City Council, if anybody have any ex parte communication? Yeah, I don't know what's dinging. What's dinging? Okay. Nope, sir.
Now, are you talking with the developer? Or are you talking, I mean, a lot of residents, I was out there, I spoke
Mayor,
to
if I
them.
could clarify, would you like me to clarify?
Yes.
Okay. You should all have a form in front of you. If you don't, we have a form for reporting of ex parte communications, site visits, investigations, or obtaining any outside expert opinions. Your obligation would be to disclose any conversations you've had with anyone outside of staff with respect to this development before you tonight, and a record of who and when, what, where, and how, and if anybody sent you any emails and things of that nature.
Okay, site visits meaning,
If you went out to look at it.
well, to look at, okay, I didn't bring the form with me, but I have.
That's okay, we'll have one for you.
I visited that area twice, and I also have a pile of emails that we've received from various people, and those need to be probably entered into the record.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
I have also had multiple visits to the neighborhood, one with the city manager, and about 2 or 3 visits around the neighborhood looking at it myself as well.
I don't have a form.
Yeah, I visited the site.
I don't have a form up here. That was
Okay,
here.
we'll get that to you.
Yeah.
You can fill it out afterwards. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's the same, all the emails and phone calls that I did with the people outside of visiting, it's all public record, could be pulled.
Should we all give the clerk copies
If
of
you
the
could.
emails so she can determine which ones are duplicates and which ones aren't duplicates?
Yeah, that'd be great if you just provide those to the clerk.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to do it right this second.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give them to you after that.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you swear in those who intend to provide testimony?
Okay. Those who are going to provide testimony, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representation which you are about to give or present during this public hearing will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Now, Mr. Mayor, that also includes anyone in the audience who plans on providing factual or semi-factual information to the council. They need to be sworn in also. And no one from the audience stood up, so I bring that up, and maybe the attorney can make some comment.
If you're planning to give testimony before the board tonight that you would like to consider for them to be considered substantial competent evidence, you would need to stand and take the oath as well. Attorneys need not be sworn. So if anybody,
would you, just
if you wish to speak before the board tonight, please stand up and raise your right hand and she'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representation which you are about to give or present during this public hearing will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
When you speak before the board, please give your name and address. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Madam Clerk. Applicant, can you please come forward and make your presentation?
Good evening, I'm Jim Vitter with BGE, 601 21st Street, Vero Beach 32960. First off, our planner had an emergency about an hour before the hearing, so unfortunately she's not able here to make the presentation, but myself and the developer's representative is also here, so we should be able to answer all the questions. Okay, so River Oaks Preserve, north of 510, as shown on the overall aerial here. Overall property is about 146.5 acres. Going to be zoned planned unit development. Entails 352 detached single-family units for sale or for rental. The overall density of the property is 2.4 units per acre. The zoning limitation on that is, on the property, is 3 units per acre. The public benefits, the property has existing wetlands on it that are being preserved with the development, basically tying in a lot of those environmentally sensitive areas to the property, to the project, so they can be enjoyed by the residents. Public trails, wider buffers of areas that have existing trees that need to be preserved. Shakespeare Road extension, potentially. Additional open space provided with the proposed cluster housing for the wetlands, and native vegetation provided throughout the PUD, except where there will be exotics removed from the property, which are pretty extensive at this point. This obviously is 1984 aerial, when the property was still being used for citrus, and you can really see essentially everything that's in the rows is citrus. The wetland slough that runs through is pretty obvious, but the point of that is to the next one, is you can see how overgrown it is right now with Brazilian pepper, a lot of other invasive species. The proposed site plan, so in the southeast corner will be the cluster units, cluster housing. The northwest corner is more of the conventional single-family units. Again, the cluster units in the southeast. There'd be a separate amenity center for the cluster units there, indicated by the star. The more conventional single-family lots up in the northwest corner, and a separate amenity for those units as well. We're proposing to do it in 2 phases, essentially limited by the different type of unit types. Phase 1 would be the cluster housing. Phase 2 would be the more typical single-family housing. Proposed entrances, we have a proposed driveway off of 510, and then another entry off of the Shakespeare extension, or the driveway from 510 to the east side. The single family is also proposed to be gated separately from the cluster units, which are the 2 circles there indicating where the gates would be. Conditions of approval from P&Z. A lot of the next couple slides, or a few of the next couple slides, are intended to address some of the conditions that we had from the P&Z approval. I'd prefer that we skip over those and kind of see where the conversation goes with Shakespeare. They may or not be applicable as we move forward. That one applies to Shakespeare as well. This is the potential Shakespeare extension as well. These are all aerials of the existing Shakespeare Road north of the project site. Public trails and private trails are proposed as part of the property, as part of the project. The green are the public trails, and the red ones are the private trails. One of the conditions of the P&Z approval was to provide an area for public parking. We're requesting that be removed from the approval. Essentially, all of the interconnected spaces are there, connected to adjacent roadways and developments to the north. So there is plenty of interconnectivity as well. Access points, obviously, to the adjacent communities, adjacent properties for the trails. The overall city, potential plan for roadway, for bikeways and pedestrian ways, and the location of the property with the star in the bottom right, and showing how those trails can be interconnected with the overall city proposed system. And the next couple slides also refer to a lot of the 510 widening. We've been coordinating with the county and DOT on the 510 widening and the proposed improvements. They have not gotten any right-of-way from the property owner at this point, but we are taking into account all of the proposed improvements for 510, and our improvements are backed or set back from those improvements. So at whatever time they do move forward with right-of-way claiming and improvements, the development's already accounted for that. As you can see on the north, this is north side of 510, 130 feet of right-of-way will be claimed, 76 for roadway improvements and another 54 for drainage swales and drainage easements. And some of the big discussion previously was cluster units, kind of what they are, what they look like. And it's really a way to cluster the units together so that your overall density is the same or reduced, but you have greater open space, greater areas for public use of space and public use or use for the residents of the open space. Go to a couple here. So there's two types of pods that are in it, one a 9-unit, one a 7-unit. Those are all single-family units, would be an individually platted lot, but they would share this courtyard and share a central feature, whether that be a landscape, a tree, or a courtyard or something in the middle. Each unit would have its own garage. The residents would be required to pull into the garage. It's not really intended to have a car parked out in the street or in the courtyard. There are some additional parking spaces there for guests, and there's also some parallel parking spaces on the road for additional guests. So this just details a little bit more about kind of the sizes of the units, locations, how they would be in the two different pods. An illustration of landscaping, green space, open space. So as you can see here in a 9-unit cluster, you have a lot more, it's much tighter so that you have more open space on the overall property. And this is the second cluster, the 7-unit cluster, but same design intent. All the units would have a garage that you would pull the car into. No parking is intended for the courtyard area, but there is some parking there for guests. And an illustration of what that pod would look like as well. So some 3D renderings of again, what it would look like, conceptually the type of materials, what it could look like. And again, the single family is more traditional. It would be a gated portion, gated from the cluster units as well. Have its own amenity, have its own internal system of roadways and connectivity as well. 70 and 55-foot wide lots would be proposed in the single family. So again, that's the summation of the presentation. I think the majority of the conversation of the P&Z was about the Shakespeare Road extension. So there's a couple other slides that we could go back to if we need to look at that in more depth after the council deliberates, or if there's any public comment on that as well. And happy to answer any other questions that may come up.
All right, thank you so much, sir. You guys want to wait for staff and then ask anything?
Yeah, let's hear what staff has to say.
All right, staff.
Thank you, Council. What is before you tonight is a conceptual PUD plan. This is the first step of a planned unit development. This is different from a straight zoning subdivision, such as will be coming before you shortly, Cross Creek Lake Estate Extension. That is a subdivision that already has its zoning. It has RS10, it has specific setbacks, it has specific minimum lot sizes. The applicant has requested a PUD zoning. In 2004, when River Oaks was annexed in, usually you present a conceptual plan to get your PUD-R zoning, which was done in 2004 with an original PUD plan. It has since expired between the last years. 2008, they got a preliminary plat approval from City Council, had land cleared, and then in 2008, when the economy fell apart, that particular plan has expired, that approval. So what's before you again tonight is a new PUD conceptual plan, and because that original was approved by an ordinance, this approval is being done by an ordinance, which is requiring a first reading and a second reading. So this is the first reading of your consideration of this conceptual. It will come back before City Council for its second reading and your final approval. It did go before Planning and Zoning. They had a recommendation of 5-2 to recommend approval. And as you can see, in the ordinance, we placed some additional conditions of approval that they recommended in addition to the conditions of approval that staff had recommended in our staff report. So with that, I'd just like to go over a few things in our staff report. We'd like to enter that into the record as factual evidence for your consideration and go over a few things that are in there. We have, in that staff report, what we usually like to put in there and pull out is the items that are to be considered by City Council, some of the comprehensive plan consistency, and also the items from our actual land development code and comp plan that they have to meet, and we have responded to those items to show you how they have met that. So with regards to the subdivision, the proposed conceptual plan, you can see that it does meet our comprehensive plan consistency and some of the requirements from the land, all of the requirements from the land development code. But with the PUD process, unlike a straight zoning, they're not necessarily asking for variances, but the code allows them to negotiate their minimum lot sizes, some of the setbacks that they would propose. One of the things that they're asking you for is our code states that you do not get parking credit in your garage. Your parking spaces are counted in your driveway, but so for the cluster housing, they are requesting that you allow them to park in the garage and count them as their parking spaces. In exchange for that consideration, a PUD will offer up then some better amenities or some pluses to some of the other things that a regular subdivision does not have to present. They are, in addition to the required St. John's buffers around the wetlands, they are putting another 25 feet around them. They are offering up public trails. As you can see, they're offering up right-of-way and swale areas, drainage areas for FDOT. On the eastern side of this proposed plan, they are giving up the property, dedicating to the city for a 50-foot right-of-way, Shakespeare Street extension, up to their entryway, and then another 25 feet north of that. It comes to about 1,270 feet, which would be a 50-foot right-of-way dedication to the city for a road, and then there is 25 feet, 720 feet of that north that would connect to the Landfair Lighthouse area. And also in their justification statement is some of the other smaller amenities that they're offering up in exchange for consideration of their lot size. At this point, we're not really jumping in totally to school concurrency. The next step after this is the preliminary plat. That's where we're going to get the full traffic analysis. We'll get a SCADA letter from Indian River County School Board. Even though we have done a little bit of that we've already recognized that the schools does have capacity for the estimated school-age children that will come from this development. They have provided some initial traffic counts, and based on their exits onto 510 and 512 and some level of service investigations, we've included that report in your packet, that the level of service, level C on 512, when the improvements are done to 510, will be the same. They are not going to be increasing that level of service from 510 when the subdivision is done and when the improvements to 510 are done by FDOT. Other thing I just wanted to go over a few other things is in the middle of this property, the subdivision, you'll notice that there was a canal that is owned by Sebastian River Improvement District. We received a letter from them. We put that in your packet. They still need a few little more things for the drainage and configuration of the drainage plan. We've put the preliminary drainage plan in your packet. But we have that letter. They're okay with this, the design, but there may be some tweaks to the design based on where they relocate that canal. We have requested that if there is significant design changes, we would bring back the conceptual to you. If it's just some tweaking of maybe where that entrance would be or some of the outlets that Mr. Vitter is working on, and it doesn't change this conceptual plan too much, they will then move on to the preliminary plat, which again will come back before you. They have 18 months to bring that back next year. So we did get that. We did get initial approval from Sebastian River Improvement District. We have included in your packet some of our comprehensive plan policies that requests or requires extension, connectivity, let's say connectivity with our streets, which is why through those plans, when we worked with the developer on this and some of the other extenuating properties and subdivision plans that are coming in, that we felt the connection and the Shakespeare Street extension was following good planning principles to get more traffic off of the local roads down to the collector and the arterial roads. We also wanted to, this is just mostly going over for some of where we came up with some of the recommended conditions. You'll see that in some of our other PUDs where we have conservation areas, it bleeds into some of their lots. We are requesting that where the single-family lots are abutting these wetland areas that will have the trails, so that there isn't confusion that some of the single-family lots, campfires, or some of their playground equipment end up in those conservation areas, that they'll put a conservation type of fence where those single-family lots are abutting the conservation areas. That was one of our recommendations of conditions of recommendation. I'm just going to go over those 5 from that and then be available for any other questions. Staff is recommending we feel this, as designed, the conceptual plan does meet the requirements that they need for a comprehensive plan in our land development code with the following conditions. We talked about where a residential property abuts a wetland buffer area, that the developer would install a 3 to 4 foot high fence. There were, if you looked closely at the plan, there are some lots where some of the wetland buffer areas, just a few of the lots, encroach into those, so there's a little bit of mitigation that still is required for those lots. Instead of gravel, we have asked them to look into alternative ground covers for the recreational areas. We can discuss the condition regarding the Shakespeare Street. And again, if the final plan after working with Sebastian River Improvement District changes enough, we will bring back the conceptual plan. Our code requires 4 acres of recreational area for every 1,000 people. They have come up with the amount of acreage that they have to provide for recreational. Half of that can be private recreation. The other half, the code requires that you open that up to the community. You have the option, if you want to keep a totally private subdivision and not have the community come into your subdivision, that you can purchase property in the area. They have chosen to open up their trail areas, 6 miles of trail areas, to the public, so they have met the recreational requirement also. Again, staff recommends approval with those recommended conditions, and we're available for any other questions.
All right, thank you, Dory. I just want to ask one thing. I can't support this with Shakespeare going all the way through. If it comes out that gate on Shakespeare and goes south, I can support that, but I can't support Shakespeare going all the way through. So I just want to put that up front right now. I can't support that. And if it doesn't pass muster with the Sebastian River, Sebastian Drainage District, that would still have to go back before P&Z and then come to us.
Yes, but that's why we put the letter in there. Conceptually, they're okay with this design and this layout, and they, if you read through that letter, there's some additional calculations and drainage. Mr. Vitter can probably talk a little bit more about that, but you know, there is that drainage canal that does have to be considered for relocation, and depending on when they put that, if it changes the design substantially, yes, we will bring this back before planning and zoning and city council. But that wouldn't necessarily, possibly is not going to change the Shakespeare thing. It may have to do with the drainage design within the subdivision itself.
Okay, but coming out on Shakespeare and going south is what I'm talking about. I don't want anything to go north on Shakespeare.
Okay.
And south to 510 is what I'm saying I can't support. And the other question would be on Landfair, they have an emergency exit over there?
Yes.
On Shakespeare. I would say that if that emergency, they want that emergency exit, that we put that in the agreement, that it's in perpetuity, that it can only be used for emergency vehicles and not a full-fledged ingress and egress.
That's a condition you could put in, yep.
Yep. All right.
I think how it's designed, as you can see, it's a tract. That it'll probably be on the final plat, on the preliminary plat, you'll see that it'll be designated as a tract. It's not wide enough to accommodate two-way traffic to become a full entrance exit.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes those things happen and we sign off on those things, and then later on they end up making those entry and exit points a permanent one rather than an emergency exit. That's why I would like to have the language in there that this would be in perpetuity, that it can only be used for emergency ingress and egress. So.
Yes, this is the conceptual plan, and this is where you can put the conditions of approval to guide that final preliminary plat and the final plan that comes before you. This would be the place to do that and put those conditions in.
Okay. And I know the applicant, you spoke about public benefit. You're talking about only for the people within that, within the subdivision, not any sidewalks or anything or street lights on the opposite side for the other roadway coming in, going south to 510? Or there would be sidewalks in there?
Clarify again what,
On the,
you're looking at the trails or?
No, the road coming out from the subdivision onto Shakespeare going south to 510.
Sorry, can we put the
PowerPoint?
presentation back up? Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that you're on,
Can you put that up so we can see that? Mr. Ben, do you have that, what I requested put, oh,
There it goes.
okay.
So you're referring to the far right side, Shakespeare
Yes.
Street? Will there be
Yeah.
sidewalks on that
Right,
street
right.
going out to 510?
And street lights, sidewalks, street lights.
There you go.
yeah, on the driveway from 510, let's not call it Shakespeare, just so there's no confusion there, but the driveway from 510 on the east side. There is a sidewalk. At this point, I don't believe we have any proposed streetlight shown. That's certainly available for discussion, but we do have a
Right.
sidewalk on the west
I
side of
just,
that.
and thank you for answering that. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a couple things. You can sit down. I think most of mine's going to be, I might call you back up, we'll see. I have a couple concerns. Obviously, I am not for supporting opening what we'll call Shakespeare South to Shakespeare North, as you called it, the driveway. I would like to see that in there. I don't see a benefit to the community surrounding that area in having cars going through there all the time. I get that it would have, some benefit to the people in this development to be able to cut through and go to Winn-Dixie or something along those lines. I just don't think those roads are designed for it. Obviously, Shakespeare itself is not. I do have concerns about Lighthouse and Ocean Breeze. I know that at this time they're one-way roads, and I don't necessarily want to widen those roads, but I would like to see us to be sure that we have the right-of-way or the space to extend that to a two-way road. If deemed down the road one day, we need to widen those two roads for some reason. I'm not saying that we want to, but I would hate to run into a situation where Shakespeare, where we never can widen that road because there's a fence there. So I would love for us to have the right of way to be able to widen those two roads down the road if possible, if that could be included.
Yeah, that's exactly right. To dedicate the 720 linear
Right.
feet on the other end, on the north end, to the
Correct.
city in case something comes up later.
Obviously, I have no problem with what we'll call Shakespeare South or the driveway being 2 lanes. I would love to see sidewalks and lighting there. It's going to be very dark in that area. My last concern is the parking situation in the pods or the cluster houses. I've had a garage for a long time that I haven't been able to park a car in, and I know a lot of people that use their garage as storage units and other things, and I just see a nightmare down the road of car parking situation, of people that can't park in their garages and now have no place to park. I feel it's unrealistic, and I have a hard time. I mean, the design of the houses is interesting. Obviously, it's something new to Sebastian, not necessarily something that we have existing, and that's fine. People live where they want to live and how they want to live. I've never had a problem with that. I just see an issue with no parking for residents at their houses besides their garage, because I just know a lot of people in my life that don't have a garage to use. Maybe some do, and I guess if it's a legal requirement, but we all know how that goes. Now the next door neighbor has to call and complain on the other neighbor to code enforcement because they're parking their car out in front of their driveway every day, and now we just created an enforcement nightmare for us, or for the HOA or whatever down the road. I don't know. I just see an issue with that. I'll hear what everybody else has to think, but definitely as far as Shakespeare, I want to end it at the dead end where it is now, and maybe we'll call it Shakespeare South of the driveway. Would like to see that lighted with sidewalks. I don't want to connect the two areas. I just don't think I think there's more negative to the community than there is positive on that. I think that covers me for now.
All right. Who else? Mr. Dodd, you want to go?
Yeah, I like the cluster housing concept. I've seen this in some other areas where they're doing similar to that. And I don't necessarily have the same issue with the garages that the vice mayor has, although I understand it because I just had to clean mine out so I could try to get 2 cars in it, and I understand the issue with that. However, I think that's just that's the nature of the beast when you're trying to build something like this, that we have to understand that if we want to build housing that falls into that workforce mode where people can buy it in a reasonable mode or rent it for a reasonable amount, they're going to have to be smaller, and they're going to have to give up some stuff, and we're going to have to give up footprint. We're going to have smaller lot sizes, smaller houses, parking in the garage only kind of stuff to be able to do that. It's not going to work any other way. But so I don't have any real issue with that. I concur with the conversations. Shakespeare, Lighthouse, and Ocean Breeze, none of those streets are capable of handling two-way traffic or the amount of traffic that we're talking about throwing at them if this is opened up, so people can come out of that gate and go up to Lighthouse and turn Lighthouse and follow it around Ocean Breeze and out to Periwinkle. Those streets just won't handle that kind of traffic, and they certainly won't handle two-way traffic. I didn't see, I may have missed them, but I didn't see any one-way signs on Lighthouse. I may have missed them. I don't know if they're there or not, but I saw one-way signs, some put up by the homeowners on Shakespeare, but I didn't see any one-way signs on Lighthouse, but they won't handle that traffic. So if the city decides, and I would like to continue to get the right-of-way, although I'll tell you 25 feet is not sufficient. This is city staff, 25-foot right-of-way is not sufficient to put an active two-way lane road because it won't let you build sidewalks, it won't let you put bike lanes, it won't let you, I mean, if you put 2 12-foot lane of traffic in 25 feet, then you're dead. You have no place for anything else. So, so I would definitely like to see the right-of-way transferred. However, for the city to make any determination that they want to do something with the streets in that area that involve moving traffic from any new or existing subdivision onto those streets, then the city better put together a budget on what it's going to take to expand those streets. And, I would hate to see what it would take to expand Shakespeare to a 30-foot wide street. I'd hate to see what it would do to the lots and what it would do to the residents. I've seen that in places like Orlando and West Palm Beach and Port St. Lucie, where all of a sudden your house now, your front door is 8 feet from the road because they took 3/4 of your front yard to put an expansion of the road in. That's not the kind of stuff we want to do in Sebastian.
Just look at 66.
That's just not the kind of stuff we want to do in Sebastian. I do, however, understand the city's requirement for emergency access and secondary access. One of the issues here, and we're not talking about those other 2 subdivisions, we're talking about this one. One of the issues here is that 510, if that road is completely blocked for some reason during a storm event or during some other event, you do have an emergency access into here. But I can understand the city's desire to have a second emergency access or whatever, because there could be issues that come about with getting emergency vehicles into the subdivision, and if 510 is blocked. And the two entrances from 510, the primary entrance in this new street, I didn't measure this, but it's only about 1,200 feet or so between the two, I think. I didn't do a scaled measurement on it, but it's like 1,200 feet, maybe.
Which one, on 510?
Yeah, on 510. Between the 2 entrances on 510, it's like 1,200 feet between the 2.
Well, no, I thought it was like 2,300 feet or something, I think.
Still on 510?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, this is 1 to an inch. I didn't bring my ruler.
Yeah, I had it at like 2,300 feet or something.
Maybe it is.
Mr. Bosworth, do you know the distance between the proposed entry and the South Shakespeare Road?
So there's from the entry north, we're calling that Shakespeare Extension North, is 720 feet.
Well,
From their entrance south to 510 is 1,270. So it's about 2,000 square feet, where from 510 you would connect up to Lighthouse.
No.
No,
We mean
okay,
from both 510 entrances.
My little red marks on this map, which
So
I just
Shakespeare
gave.
on 510 and the new entrance on 510.
Yeah, if I did, and I scaled from their entrance on their driveway, what do we call it? We can call it a driveway now. I scaled from the entrance of the driveway to 510, and that's about 1,470 feet. Depends on how you do your scale. And that's about the same distance between those two entrances on 510. So it's about, it's 12 to 1,400 feet between those two entrances.
And if
It's highly possible that during some storm event or during some other event that length of 510 might be blocked. So the only way in here is gonna be this emergency road, that's running off of, Landfair. That's gonna be the only way in here. And, quite frankly, it's not even easy to get back to that.
No.
From the streets that are out there. You know, I wouldn't wanna think that all of a sudden we need 3 fire trucks and 4 ambulances to come barreling down Landfair and coming through that emergency exit, although I guess they could do it if they had to make that move, but.
With what Mr. Dodd's saying, could at the end of the driveway, could they put locked metal gates that, I mean, if there was a situation that 510 was totally shut down, like you're saying, and it's not unreasonable that far apart, that they could get out Shakespeare as an emergency situation?
Well, that was the thing that I looked at on this, is that it seems to me that if you want to have an alternate emergency entrance, if we were to build that 700 feet of road and make it only for emergency entrance, no right-hand turn or no left-hand turn out of this subdivision, and put a gate at put a gate at Lighthouse Avenue on that so that it could possibly be open for emergency purposes, then I don't see anything wrong with that, because we're not opening up that area around Lighthouse or Ocean Breeze or Shakespeare or any of these other roads to traffic. We have a gate there.
So I'm going to suggest, because if we totally close it down and put a gate there for that north 720 feet, and we would request how do I connect these pieces? We would still want the 25 feet. It sounds like you still want the 25 feet of right-of-way dedicated for the north 720. Right. We have 6 miles of nice, accessible public trails that if we put a gate there and don't develop that 720 feet, for any of our residents to be able to use those trails, they're getting in cars and somehow getting there. So staff is going to suggest that I believe there's a way that we could still do a stabilized base so that if you choose to do it as an emergency, that they can do that, but we would like to have some sort of paved sidewalk or bike trail for golf carts or something so that the residents can use those trails. We still want that access.
Right now, there's no sidewalk on that 720 feet, and there's not enough. The 25-foot right-of-way is not sufficient to. I mean, we could put an emergency. You could put a 15-foot emergency lane and a sidewalk there.
It would just be something stabilized
Stabilized,
underneath
yeah.
grass. So it wouldn't look like a road. It'd be stabilized underneath the grass, but we would have maybe a mulched areas for pedestrians or bicycles or golf carts to come to those trails. We'd still like to use that 720 feet. The other piece of the puzzle is right to the east of that, we annexed in 20 acres. And part of that annexation agreement from that developer, the other 25 feet is coming from. It doesn't have to be a road, but that's where, when you were saying put together a budget if we wanted to ever extend Shakespeare Street, we have some developers and some properties down the road for off-site improvements that we'll have to do. Now that annexation, we have to be careful that we don't landlock that annexation property, because they also may have to have 2 exits.
All right, which one are you talking about? What property is that?
Yep. That's...
So this property here. Okay.
Yep.
Hello. There you go. Zoom in again.
Do that.
The lighter color gray property.
Hold on, we're gonna put up the property appraiser's map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Here comes the help.
That's true.
Okay. So that piece right there. Okay.
All right, that's the piece of property that is adjacent to what I call Cross Creek Lake Estates 2.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes.
correct?
I think the annexation was presented to you. The applicant was the owner of Cross Creek Lake Estates, but that did not end up being sold. It will not be incorporated into Cross Creek Lake Estates. It is
Okay.
a separate owner and be probably a separate development.
There's plenty of opportunity south of Lighthouse for that piece of property to connect to the road that we're talking about putting in and go to 510.
That'll be the north 720 feet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is there's ample opportunity to connect that to that 720 feet.
But if the subdivision comes in with over 25 lots, it will have to have two accesses, and they have to be 1,000 feet apart.
Okay,
It may
then
push that second
that-
access closer to Lighthouse and Landfair.
That sounds to me like they better come up with a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Because
yes.
it's, unless I'm wrong, we're not a council that's accustomed to the Sebastian City paying to expand property for a subdivision.
Correct.
So if somebody wants to build on that acreage, they're gonna have to come up with more, several $100,000 worth of improvement money to
Right.
be able to do something, and that's not gonna happen. That's gonna make that property not buildable to do that. So I'm less concerned about that than I am, there is an opportunity. Now, that may be a reason why, for example, that we don't want to just stabilize that 700 feet. We might actually want to put a road there and then block it off at Lighthouse. So that from that piece of property, they can move onto that road and move south to 510.
So that's what staff did suggest. So we had stated that we would do some sort of stabilized road in that 720 feet, according to, with the city engineer's design, until such time that you wanted that open and extended down to 510.
Well, in the document that we got from the builder and in the things there, they're talking about that they would build a one-way road with no curbing or sidewalks on that temporary 25-foot right-of-way north of the property entry. So has that been pulled?
Is that on the far right side of that map, what you're looking at, Ed?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at more than one document.
Yeah, but on the far right side where you have the red lines.
Yeah, far right side.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about too.
Yeah,
That's what I was talking
same thing.
about, right.
Yeah. It's just that if we, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think, and so based on what you've said, we're not the full road, and we understand that it wouldn't be a usable road, because you're not going to be able to do that in 25 feet. But based on what we're talking about, that there would be a stabilized road base that would accommodate vehicles if need be, and then also accommodate pedestrians and walkways, bicycle ways.
Okay, and
In
then
that 720 feet to the north.
okay, then if the owner of this newly annexed piece of property, if they come back and they want to put an entrance on that stabilized area, then they can pay to convert that to a
Yes, they would be responsible for a full roadway with curb and gutter, drainage, and everything on that portion.
Which means they would have to give us they would have to give us 25 feet or so of their right-of-way to attach to that.
And that's in their
25
annexation
feet.
agreement already.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, it's okay. So it sounds like that okay, so if we do the stabilized road of that 720 feet in a stabilized path, and we put a bike path or a cart path or something on it, so people can come down that if they want to walk through there, no automobiles, we block it off at Lighthouse.
Yep.
So no automobiles can come in and out of that. That gives us the basis for what we need if this newly annexed property comes in and they want to do something. But it also stops us from adding traffic onto those streets that can't handle the traffic.
Yes, I think the best thing we could do is accept the right-of-way property that they're deeding, they're going to dedicate to us. How we develop it, it'll all piece together when the annexed property comes in. At this point, if you wish to remain just as a bicycle path, I think that's what staff would recommend also.
Okay.
We don't want to give away the right-of-way, either from the annexation or this point for future plans. But
So instead of them building the roadway, all they would do is stabilize it, that area?
yes, there won't be any there may need to be some swale type of drainage. Well, the city engineer will get involved with that final design,
Okay.
working with the civil engineer.
Is that reasonable to the applicant? You gotta, I can't. Sorry.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the road's gonna be built from 510 to driveway, to the entrance, to the
Yeah.
project entrance.
That's
And
the 50
additional-
foot, and
right,
you'll build
the additional
that.
720,
Yeah.
yes, that's agreeable.
And on the 720, you'll just stabilize that, 720, okay.
Correct.
So the 720 is going from the ingress egress on that road to Lighthouse?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll just stabilize that?
Right.
Okay.
May
Does
I
that,
speak?
does
Yes.
that sound like?
Oh,
a-
hang on, Ed's not done yet.
Well, let me.
It's not done.
You know, I mean, I spent all this time on this, I just want to talk, so.
I know.
Okay. I guess I am close. I like this subdivision. I don't want to do anything to stop this from happening. Okay, this is a good subdivision for the city. I just don't want to, I agree with the last two people who spoke. I don't want to do anything to impact those streets and those neighborhoods up there.
Agreed.
That's not, I mean,
Top
I
priority.
know what our comp plan says, and the very first thing in our comp plan ought to be, thou shalt not mess up what's not messed up, you know? Okay, no applause, please, but, okay, so, I agree, and I would like added to our motion the fact that we will accept the right-of-way, and I don't know how to do that. I've seen so many places where it's been laid out what's going to be done, and this stuff is not, I'm assuming this is gonna come out during the next phase with the developer, but, I'd like in our motion, whoever makes it, to include the fact that we're gonna accept that 25-foot right-of-way and ask that that 25 feet, right-of-way be stabilized by the developer.
So the dedication where we accept is that final plat, when that comes before you, and all the signatures are on that. That's the last step before they can start building houses in here. But again, it can be part of your motion because this is helping them with the development of the preliminary plat. They will make sure in that plat and that process, that document that comes before you, it'll be more clear on the stabilization and the design of that. The final design will be in the construction drawings, but you're going to get more details at the next stage of a PUD development. the
Right.
preliminary
Okay, and I
plat.
have one more question for the developer. In this document, and I'm looking at the Indian River Oaks document that was prepared, I guess, by you guys. It says in here that you're gonna do this within 24 months of getting the final approvals. Are you that fast? Did you find where it said that? There was a thing in here where it said 24 months. I looked at that and I said,
I'm impressed.
You were reading the 24-hour report, Ed.
oh, was I? Okay.
No.
I may not.
What page was that, sir?
Well, I've got to find it again.
Wait a minute, you didn't highlight it?
I'm surprised.
Oh, right here, I got it right here.
You got it right there?
I'm surprised you don't have that highlighted.
I normally highlight stuff when I do it, so. I'm sorry.
Construction beginning with.
Construction, from the beginning of construction,
Oh, okay.
24 months to completion.
Still impressive.
14 to 16 months for permitting.
Yes.
And another 24 after that.
After that.
10
Once,
to
I'm
then
talking about,
start.
yeah, once permitting's done, 24 months.
Correct.
Okay.
To start.
All
I
right,
like
so-
it when things get done.
Yeah, thanks about
Thank
that.
you.
So you all don't have a problem with dedicating that 720 linear feet, dedicating that to the city?
About 25 feet of right-of-way.
720 feet, right, okay.
All right. I'm done, sir.
Ms.
Thank you.
Dixon?
Okay. So I'm pretty much on the same page as you all, but my biggest concern is all of the residents in the room. We have heard from many of them, and they've all taken a lot of time out of their schedule to be here. And I had talked with Dory earlier, and just to clarify all that has been said up here, I personally would love to workshop this with the clarified ideas that have been presented tonight to make sure that the residents on Shakespeare, Lighthouse, Memorial, that whole area, and in Cross Creek Lake Estates are 100% understanding what has kind of been thrown up here tonight, and
I think we can combine them.
solid and happy. And it also allows us, because I've asked questions to Dory and Mr. Benton regarding, you know, what is happening on the other side of 510. I know I drive 510 every single day. Many of you guys do too. And the chaos that ensues of people jumping out on power line, especially during our high traffic times, especially because that area is when it goes from 45 to 55. And with our population growing, it just terrifies me to have all of these new access points coming out. And I just want to understand, and we've gotten some feedback, Dory, if you want to share with everyone what we've learned about like the Liberty Park entrances coming out to 510 and how they work out with River Oaks Preserve. I just want everyone to kind of see the whole picture before we're making decisions that will impact us once, you know, once we put this here, like this stays. So I just, want everyone to see the full picture before we make decisions. Thank you.
Yes, that's what we had not necessarily, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing for this particular application. Ms. Dixon, though, had pieced together the Liberty Park, the FDOT improvements, Cross Creek Lake Estates, the annexation. And so she had asked if we were able to possibly table this, if you wanted to hold a workshop to get the big picture of the 510 in your decision regarding Shakespeare Street. So that is a viable, if you wanted to table this, to have that. It's something that she had asked, putting the pieces together with all of some of the other Indian River County projects that are along 510 to see if that was, to help you with the decision of Shakespeare Street, is what our conversation was.
Right. All right. I think the folks that are here, they're here for one reason, mainly, is that traffic not come through their neighborhood. And I'm not sure, but I think everybody understands that that's not going to happen now. And if anybody's, well, not yet. I can't say that because we haven't voted yet. But I'm just saying based on the consensus. But if anybody still wants to speak after Mr. McPartland, I'll open the floor to the public to come up. So, Mr. McPartland.
All right, I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to start here.
Yeah.
You know, I'm pulling up maps on 2 different phones here to look at the area. And I heard Mr. Dodd about the ingress, egress, and it reminds me of Obaso when they came in about the expansion of 510, the residents on 63rd and 64th Avenue, if something happened or hurricane, how they would evacuate. So what I'm hearing up here is that Shakespeare, where it runs in the lighthouse, that's going to stay the same. And they're going to work a road, but there's going to be a block there, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. That sounds good to me. Where else do we go? I like the cluster idea, and I've seen it before, but this particular one, I'm a little concerned with, as Mr. Nunn alluded to, not using the garage. Are these 1-car garages or 2-car garages? And then are the driveways 1-car driveways or 2-car driveways? Because most households wind up being at least 3 cars, or more. So that could be a potential liability. Now, on this issue, I've heard everybody wants to talk about that. I'm not comfortable voting this through until I see that in my hands, that's what's going to be, that's what's going to be dedicated. And I was down there Saturday, and I was stuck behind a waste management truck as I was making my way down. And I was just thinking to myself, and the speed limit in the city of Sebastian is 30 miles an hour. How come he's not whipping down here so I can get to see the people I am? I think there should be, not that you can't legislate good behavior. You could probably put 15 miles an hour and nobody reads anymore, so they're busy looking at their phone. But I think that's something to consider as well. So let the residents speak. I think the tribe has kind of spoken up here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. All right, so now we're going to open up to the floor to anyone in favor of this request.
Public input, right?
No.
Chris.
All right.
The paper shuffling comes through it.
I think what we're going to do is, on the way we normally do things is in favor of and those opposed to it. But obviously, there's some people that want to speak, so I'm just going to say, who wants to have public input on this, come forward.
Mayor.
Yes.
If I may. In speaking with the attorney, the audience was asking if they're speaking in favor or against of the presented plan or the now changed plan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So what I think we should do is just open it up for public input.
Right, that's what I'm doing.
And not in favor or
right. That's exactly what I just said. Yeah, we're going to do away with that.
I apologize. We were talking while you were talking.
Yeah, that's fine. So if you want to speak, please line up so that we can move in an expeditious fashion. If you want to speak, that's great. Name for the record?
Good evening, Mayor. Sherry Matthews, Sebastian. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sherry Matthews, resident of Sebastian. I have a couple of questions on this. Is the lake man-made or is it wetland already there?
Oh, that's a question for the applicant. I'm not a surrogate for
Okay.
them, so I'm not going to answer
My
that.
concern with this, and one of the things is, the subdivision is wonderful, and I don't think you're going to find any opposition on the actual preserve. It's the fact that Shakespeare has never been designed, or was not designed, and has been grandfathered not to be a artery to connect other things. And I'm concerned that if we begin building Shakespeare from the south-north, that eventually it's going to end up connecting it wherever somebody's ground locked or something else happening. And so I think there's actually another solution. You know, one of the things that the 2040 comp plan really stresses is that the foundation of it is the quality of life. And this subdivision, this area in this community has built their quality of life based on how they're living and how they've been told that they're going to live since the late 90s, when they were told that Shakespeare would never become a two-lane road. And so we have 2 lanes going in here, and my question is maybe we can bring this, and maybe some solutions can be at the workshop, is that where the lake is, that is at Ocean Breeze and Landfair, and that is a 2-lane road starting at Landfair heading to Periwinkle. If the lake is man-made and hasn't been started, and there's no wetlands or no waterheads that we're interfering with, why can't the entrance be put there? Instead of the entrance, because the entrance that they're putting on, hold on, it's lesser of evils if you have to have it. This is only if you have to have it. But there's only 4 homes in that area. There's no road division, there's no road anything, if they have to have that. I don't know that it's necessary if we're going to have an impact. I understand that there needs to be an artery. I understand that there needs to be something to connect for law enforcement, first responders, all your different things going on. There has to be a solution to this, to leave this community in the quality of life that they have come to expect and enjoy. And that's our foundation of our 24 comp plan. And it has to be something, but I'm afraid that if we get started with that Shakespeare, something's going to happen. And I'm not saying that the Ocean Breeze and Landfair is the answer either, but we have to have some way to connect this. And I'm just asking that you take an issue of that to look to see that maybe just stopping this altogether, just going with the emergency exit on the one end and making 510 the entrance. I'm not sure, you know, if that is feasible. I think that we're meeting code with that. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Vicki Drumheller. I live on Joy Haven Drive. Globally, I think this development will provide some rental pod housing that we sorely need in Sebastian. But missing from any of the information that I read in the agenda packet is what projected monthly rental costs will be for these smaller dwellings. And is this really going to be a project that will provide housing opportunities that those that can't afford to presently rent in the Highlands at $2,500 plus? I'll reference page 168 of your packet that has a bullet point that discusses the Shakespeare Street right-of-way, as well as the future additional right-of-way and the proposed extension to 2-way traffic. It's very confusing to me because at planning and zoning, the proposal in front of you was not about this issue, but it does appear to be in this PUD. I know all of you have been there, that you're familiar with this area, and how this one-way street brings neighbors from close by to this hideaway for walking and biking, and I'm one of these people. I live on Joy Haven. I'm in this neighborhood 3 or 4 times a week. It's been said many times that this one-way street is a hazard because at times there's someone driving the wrong way on this short stretch of road. But I have yet to see any documentation from police reports or any signal that there's a major public safety concern related to this one-way street. As I walk through Shakespeare, Landfair, Lighthouse, Ocean Breeze, I see a tranquil community with a small city atmosphere that we all are trying to preserve within the confines of understanding growth is necessary and it will happen. The residents cherish this little piece of paradise, and this new development is threatening their lifestyles in a big way. Currently, these roads are all well-worn with just the small local day-to-day traffic of the folks that live there. And Landfair also provides access to Lagoon, Arch, and Joy Haven, and those roads are also going to be impacted by this development and any proposed entryways in this area. And what about two access points on 510? It does look like with this 146 acres in the frontage that there should be some space to develop access that would adequately take care of code. A sustainable Sebastian document provides guidance that our city and its employees will work towards an environment that provides workability, outdoor activities, and sustains our wildlife and the small city feel that we all love about Sebastian. This development mentions how much it will add to this vision, what it will give back, but it doesn't say anything about what they're taking away from the existing community. Also, some requested variances, which now I'm learning aren't variances, but they're asks. On page 174 of your packet, they want relief from dimensional criteria, they want setbacks, they want to build these cluster houses with driveways that are like 10 feet. So if you rent or sell to someone that has a full-size truck, can they even park in the garage in these smaller square footage? And on page 182, under the heading Overall PUD, it says, quote, one requested to not require sidewalks on both sides of the extension of Shakespeare since the applicant is donating this land. And under phase 1, number 2, quote, build a one-way road with no curbing or sidewalks as a temporary road in. And what does this mean for people that live there? Is this temporary road access for all the trucks that will be building and going in and out of there all day long? Under phase 2, quote, in the future and not as part of this application, the city will finalize the alignment of the north 720 feet and build it. So that indicates to me nothing's free because we're going to have to pay for that 720-foot extension as it's donated. There's lots of talks about the gives and the little walking trails, but what is the cost to the people that already live in our community and bought there? And what responsibility do you hold to the residents and voters of this current neighborhood? It seems like this quiet, small neighborhood tucked between Periwinkle and this parcel is not being considered in this present plan. I implore you, nothing is free. Send this back. I've listened to your talks. You've had lots of questions. It is not clear, and it's been my experience that if you agree to push this PUD forward, that there will be developers coming back and say, well, you approved this at this stage, so why are you trying to change it up now? I think this requires a much closer look before you move forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Hi, Dr. Jeff Carrier, Landfair. You know that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor, council members. I like what I've heard so far tonight, and you should too, because my 27 pages of testimony have now been cut down to 2. You've certainly heard of our opposition to the extension of Shakespeare, and I'm glad to hear that you're in agreement. One of the things I do want to point out is that it's very seldom that we can take a development as a single entity. We have to think a little bit broader than that. And one of the things you're going to see in the next couple of weeks is a similar plan for Cross Creek. And the only reason I bring this up, since I know we like to stay on one development at a time, is that this proposes some of the same kinds of access entry points that the current development does. For example, at Shakespeare and Landfair, it's proposed that initially with Cross Creek, that be put as an emergency ingress-egress area, but that very carefully stipulates that once the extension is extended down to 510, that becomes a permanent entryway. This is part of the packet that you'll receive from planning and zoning. So we're at cross purposes here. And the proposal that you offered tonight, Mr. Mayor, you suggested that this be indicated as an emergency ingress, egress in perpetuity, that would be important, but that's going to butt heads with what you'll see from Cross Creek. So just, there'll be a tie in here that I want you to be alert to. We can't take these singly sometimes. Someone mentioned that it would be really nice if we had in the comp plan a statement that we should have high regard for existing neighborhoods. Well, I just happened to note from the comp plan the following, and this is a quote: responsible growth management and development, a commitment to maintaining and developing healthy communities and sustainable neighborhoods to foster economic and social stability. And it goes on to say, under residential density, subdivision zoning and site plan review criteria and procedures shall assure that the specific density assigned to new development is compatible and consistent with established residential development patterns and provides equitable use of the land. Criteria to be considered in allocating density shall include, but not be limited to, the following. The very first item that's listed: protect the integrity and stability of established residential areas. I think this is precisely the point that you wanted to hear. Now, one other final concern, this is particularly with regard to Lighthouse. There is a substantial berm that's located adjacent to Lighthouse, and that's a significant habitat area. That needs to maintain integrity. It's at the terminus of Shakespeare and on Lighthouse. The corridors and green spaces that are established in this area are well known as wildlife corridors, and I think it's an important area to maintain so that it's not disturbed in any development plan that's brought forward. Furthermore, I wonder if maybe this concern for this particular area ought to be transmitted to the Natural Resources Board and perhaps have some comment there, because it's a significant part of the Sustainable Sebastian plan to maintain these corridors and pathways. So I think that that might be something that the council considers. I think maybe the prudent course of action for the council is to delay approval until such time as alternatives, particularly for this ingress and egress, are revised in conjunction with the thoughts that council has offered and that you've heard from many of the supporters of these items for restricting the development of Shakespeare. I think other people will speak to that as well. I thank you for your consideration, and I particularly thank you for taking the time to visit these areas. I wish that other boards and commissions that have such substantial issues in front of them would have taken the time to perhaps take a look at the things that are so very important to a neighborhood that we've invested in. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Next.
Hello, my name is Brian Fisher. I live on 1717 Shakespeare. I was also, like the doctor said, I was also going to come up here and try to convince you with, don't touch my road and please don't do this. And I had a lot of bullet points, and I'm one of the people who emailed you. I'd also like to say that the first speaker I live on Shakespeare, and I can tell you that there's people coming down that road the wrong way all the time. 3 nights ago, I was walking my dogs. A motorcycle came down the wrong way at night. So. But I kind of won't bore you with all these things because of what you guys have said to us so far. I appreciate the fact that I can at least come up here and talk, and thank you very much for coming out. Please don't do anything to our road at all, and I will save the other comments that I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next.
Good night. My name is Jose Barradas. I live in Seashore Avenue, close to Shakespeare. I just want to understand, as the Councilor Kelly mentioned before, I hear there is a proposal for emergency entry through Shakespeare. My biggest concern is that, if I understand correctly, is the proposal is that you can drive with a bicycle or walking that emergency area. I think the majority of the people, and probably I'm wrong, but we we don't want to get connected to that area. We understand we can make that emergency because the code or any situation, but I think we want to keep our peace. We live literally in a HOA that is a public area. That corner is one of the safety places in Sebastian. And I didn't say that. I got friends that are police, and they tell me, you live in one of the safety areas. If we open a gate over there, to the people walk, to the people do bicycle or wherever, we're gonna start to have problems over there. And I can tell you that I come from a country that's normal. Insecurity is normal in my country. Insecurity is what brings me here with my 3 kids and my wife. And that is what I'm trying to avoid living in Sebastian. So that was my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Next.
Good evening. My name is Paul Jameson. I live at 603 Yearling Trail. And before I start, I'd just like to say, this is the first time I've ever had to get sworn in to speak my mind at a city council meeting. That being said, good evening. Like many of you here tonight, I come from somewhere else. For me, that somewhere else was the Hudson Valley in New York State. The mid-Hudson Valley, to be precise. Like many of you, my wife and I moved here for the endless summers and the old Florida town feel of Sebastian. Believe it or not, growing up in a small town in New York was very similar to this place. It was quiet, it was quaint, and it was historic. It's just what we wanted. As I grew up, though, I saw the policies, the master plans, the comprehensive plans change those small towns and villages in New York into urban centers. And how did this happen? I'll tell you how it happened. Government housing, Section 8 apartments, then it became workforce housing, and finally clustered apartments. These all brought in people from bigger cities, and with that came crime, drugs, gang, and blight. Think that won't happen here? Guess what? It will do just that. This is the start of the urbanization of Sebastian. As out-of-town developers see dollar signs with available undeveloped land in abundance. There's a few other things I was going to say that I won't right now. But what I'm saying is two things here. This is not a good fit for our quiet residential neighborhood or for Sebastian as a whole. I'm glad you're voting no on the expansion of Shakespeare Street. That was the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems here. But the other problem here too is if you open this up to this type of cluster housing, you're going to see more development like this. Do we have the tax base to handle that? I think you should say no to the urbanization of Sebastian. With that, I would very much like to say a few more things at that meeting that you'd like to have with us, but I think this is not a good fit for our community, and I'd like to see Sebastian stay the way it is. One further thing I will say is, you know, I'm one of those newcomers here. I've been here 3 years. I'm trying to stop Don't New York My Florida. Okay? Will all of you here tonight vote to do the same? That's what I ask you, because I don't want to see what happened there happen here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, sir.
Hi, my name is Diane Spagnolia, S-P-A-G-N-O-L-I-A. I've been on land for since 1998. In 2000, we brought in front of the council a resolution to make Shakespeare, Lighthouse, and Ocean Breeze a one-way. And we passed it, resolution number R0004. You can look it up. It is supposed to stay one way, one way, one way. We fought for it. We had a petition for it. I love the fact that you're trying to keep Shakespeare not going out to the world. But, you know, we've been here before. And it's sad for me to see that we have to do it again. You know, it's a great town. Dory keeps saying that this next piece is going to make land fair to Shakespeare too. We have a resolution that it can't happen. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Donna Greco. I live across creek. And with all the problems with disruption of the community, the roads, the endangered wildlife, the stormwater, the parking, and on, I think this entire project should be nixed. I'm not only against the road that will destroy the neighborhood, I'm also against the River Oaks housing project altogether. The project smacks of Agenda 30, a program of the federal government with plans to be fully implemented by the year 2030. The nefarious plan is to control every aspect of our lives, and it's not long off. If you don't know what Agenda 30 is, please look it up if you want to save your city from its grips. This new cluster housing plan is the beginning of the urbanization of Sebastian, likely the test ground for other cities to follow suit. Cluster housing is a pleasant-sounding, innocuous term for packing as many people into a small area as possible without the public understanding of the consequences, including the parking debacle. To those people who say, we're not against this housing project, think. Understand the implications. Wealthy builders from out of town buy up big plots of land and build cluster homes, AKA affordable housing, workforce housing, all the same disingenuous terms to confuse us and make people agree that it will help those who can't afford rent. But what is it really? It's rental properties, and they are not cheap, that often bring in people with no connection to the town, built within neighborhoods of single-family homes. These rentals eventually turn into welfare housing and destroy the quality of life of the current residents. They bring in crime, drugs, and the need for more taxpayer services, including schools. These rentals can easily accept Section 8 vouchers. If that happens, the taxpayers of the town will be paying the rent, and residents will suffer the consequences. They can potentially bring in enemies of our country that come through a wide open border. It's not fantasy or fiction, it's prediction based on past occurrence that is fact and reality. I'm sure many will deny what this really is until it's too late. You are the people who decide how the good people of this neighborhood will live, how their families' lives will be affected, how their quality of life will change. These are your constituents that you all need to be loyal to. So I say to the neighbors in the audience, take note, take names. When these elected officials vote to destroy your community and your neighborhood with a stroke of a pen, don't just vote against them, pound the pavement and campaign to replace them. Just like 9/11, we remember. It's time that you are accountable to the people who live in the neighborhood. Don't vote for candidates who put up the most signs. Vote for those who care about your community. Board members should not vote to destroy communities based on a code, instead of the will of the people. Human needs and quality of life are not in the building code. If all you do is go by a code written on a piece of paper, there's no reason to have a public hearing. The consequences of council members' votes could potentially build busy roads that increase traffic exponentially and destroy our community. And they all vote on a code? Don't forget the comprehensive plan also says that these new roads and developments cannot negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. We vote for those who protect our quality of life, those who fix the problems, not those who create more. It's time to form groups and stand up for your neighbors and your neighborhoods. Their campaign money from developers is no match for our votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Mindy Service. I live on Joy Haven. And I do oppose this in general. And my rationale has to do with just continual increasing density in our community and for all the impacts to the neighborhoods, which are so special, but also thinking more long-term and global big picture. This has real impact in terms of habitat destruction and affects what we love here, nature, and, we love to take pictures of hummingbirds and, really enjoy it. It's so special. But also, I think we need to pay attention to water quality. And in terms of the report that came through for the, previously in this meeting, they were talking about a water supply plan that anticipates an 8% population growth through 2040. But if we keep adding development after development after development, how realistic is that? 8% a year? Is that what we want to do? Nationally, water quality is a huge issue, and our deep aquifers are being depleted at a rate that will take thousands of years to replenish, not specifically Florida, but elsewhere. But I think these are serious issues, and you really are responsible for protecting this community, our environment, for our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. So I really thank you very much for all your thoughtful effort, insight, and taking, I guess, a global, long-term view. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
All right, public input's closed. Where am I? Lost my paper. Applicant, if you want to respond to any issues that were raised.
A couple things to point out. A lot was said there, but one thing to highlight on the south end of Lighthouse, there is a large swell. That's most of where the existing native trees are. There is a proposed significant buffer there, between any of the proposed single-family lots. So all of that native vegetation, those trees are being preserved there. And as you go west from there, that proposed lake, essentially when you look at all the units there, the proposed lots don't back up to any of those. We're trying to put as large of a buffer between all of the existing homes on Lighthouse and then, on Landfair to the west, but either from the lake or from the existing buffer. So there is a significant buffer from all the existing homes. The conversation about ingress, egress being revised, I mean, again, we front 510. That's the only public road that we front as of right now. Any other revision would be connecting the roads to Landfair, Lighthouse, Shakespeare. So we certainly know that's not what anybody really wants to see right now. And the overall density, again, typically a PUD is going to be, you're offering benefits because the developer's asking for additional densities. They're asking for more units. And in exchange for that, they're offering something to the public or to the city. If we were going to go straight site plan subdivision, we'd be allowed up to 3 units per acre. We're at 2.4 units per acre. So we're not asking for additional density. We're actually lower than what we could do just straight code site plan. So again, and I think the economy we're in right now, there needs to be different product types, right? I mean, every home that's out there, we're looking for affordability. We're looking for, and this is all, several people have said market rate or affordable housing. Affordable Section 8, it's market rate housing. It's not affordable housing, attainable housing, anything like that. And Commissioner Parlin, you asked about the garages. The garages are 2-car garages. They're not single-car garages. Just wanted to point that out. I think I hit on most of the things. If there's any other questions or follow-ups, I'd be happy to answer that.
What about the lake over there? I think a question was asked about around Landfair and Ocean Breeze. The lake that's over there, is that man-made, and is it full or whatever right now?
It's a proposed wet detention pond. But nothing exists now. It's all
okay. Right. All right. All right. Staff, you want to summarize anything, Dory?
I had from the residents coming up, I had some of the very similar responses that Jim has just offered you. The previous PUD plan had only a 50-foot buffer in that northeast corner. This new plan has a 125-foot buffer. So they have taken into account that natural area along Lighthouse up there. And also, I just wanted to point out on page 187, the cluster housing does have additional parking on that site plan. There's about 7 or 8 extra parking spaces. And as it was explained to us during the pre-app meeting, that with regards to your comment, Mr. Nunn, that possible code enforcement, this is a private subdivision. So they were going to have covenants and deed restrictions, and with regards to that parking, it will be maintained by the HOA and the developer at first when that goes through. So with regards to, I think what the next step should be, since this is the first reading of that ordinance, and the ordinance was presented to you with staff's original recommendations, 5, and then there were 3 additional recommendations from P&Z. So if your motion is to schedule the second reading, if you could give us directions on how you wanted to tweak those recommendations, those conditions of recommendation, that will help us for the second reading, that we will bring back the ordinance, the final ordinance, if you choose to approve the PUD.
All right, council, anybody?
First, I don't see a need to rush this, given the many questions, the economy. I know it's slowing. I mean, we still have the development across the street from Treasure Coast Elementary that they leveled and built the wall back in 2008, and it's still bare. I don't understand why we have to rush yet another subdivision when, you know, here we are almost 20 years later and not a single house has been built over there. So why do we need to rush this when we have questions to answer? Sebastian is supposed to be, you know, one of the things I love about it is, you know, if there is an accident or something going on, I can cut over to any other street and get around it and go where I need to go. God forbid, you know, trying to rush to school and there's something going on, I can still get my kids to school on time, maybe 5 minutes later, but you know, in this instance, with the proposed gates, if something happens on 510 and there's no other way out of the neighborhood to still get the kids to school, okay? Thinking about this as a mom. I don't want to open it up, you know, I hear all of you on Shakespeare. I'm not trying to make your road a two-way street, but I think there are more things we need to think about here. Same with fire rescue. Where are the fire trucks coming from? Currently, your closest one is by the ballparks. Also, if there are families in this, let's talk about a young family with maybe 5 and 6-year-olds who play ball. They're going to have to go out to 510, go all the way around, and then get to the ball fields? How are they getting there? I mean, there's more to be thought about here. I don't understand what the rush is and why we need to vote for this tonight. I think we need to workshop this and we need to answer more questions.
All right, okay. Anybody else?
I mean, I think we should take our time on this, and this should go back, some of this to be vetted. I don't know if the city should be in the business of workshopping it. Maybe it could be the developer hold an open house with the neighborhoods and the rest of the community. And then, you know, I'm not worried about Sebastian growing so fast. I moved here over 20 years ago, and Palm Bay was the same size as Sebastian at that time, and you can't even tell it. And everybody that's up here tries to do their best to manage everything that's here. And I want to take this time to thank Dory for the hard work that Dory does, and the P&Z board. They give of their time. You may not like what they say, but you know what? Respect them for doing their service to the community. And Dory, I know, does like the work of 10 people and does a very good job. And just so people know is that, you know, the largest growing homeless population is single senior women. Counted 8 women living under the bridge in the Treasure Coast, and they got no place to go. And I heard about my children. My children have been priced out of the Sebastian home market. And so you have to look at opportunities that come in. I don't know if this is the right one, but again, when you look at a reasonable rent, you gotta do first, last, and security. You're talking $7,000 to move into, who's got that kind of money laying around? So I think it should be slowed down and go back and let's relook at it.
And not to interrupt, but an HOA is not affordable housing.
Right.
I mean, that's an extra bill.
Because quality of life, it's like beauty, it's in the eye of the beholder. You know, my mother always told me I was the most handsome child she had, but I guess she told all my brothers the same thing.
And to be fair, the applicant never said it was affordable housing.
No,
He was very clear and
you're
said
right.
it was market
No,
housing.
yes,
I mean, to be very clear.
yes.
This is going to be market price housing. Now, what is the market price for a small cluster house? I guess we'll see if it gets done and
Yep.
down the road. I know it was asked in the P and Z if they had a price point they were thinking, and they felt it was too far out to give us a number, or give them a number, I apologize. But, you know, I guess we still are a couple of years out, so who knows where the market will be. The market might be down, the market might be up. God, I hope not up, but you know, I mean, the possibility's there. So, you know, so many people talk about we need affordable housing, and I say affordable, I'm talking something people can afford to live in.
Yeah.
Our police officers cannot afford to live in Sebastian. If they want to live in Sebastian, they have to find a good friend that's a police officer recently bought a small house that needed work so he could afford to live in Sebastian. Our teachers can't afford to live in Sebastian. I mean, the other workers that live in our city cannot afford to live in the city because of the price of rent and everything else. Will this be an answer to it? I don't know. We have to start somewhere. At least it has an opportunity. There's not any other rental house communities being built. So does it give us an opportunity for something people can afford? It does. Is it going to be the answer? I mean, I'm not renting it out. It's not mine. So I can't judge that. And that's not my job to judge that, I don't think. But I don't know. I'm for the development. I think if we deal with the situation of the Shakespeare Street, which is the largest issue of probably 95% of the people that I've talked to from that area, I get people don't want things to be built. I get they want everything to remain natural. You know, property owners have rights, and we can't violate those rights by not letting them use their property. We can try to control it so it impacts us as little as possible, providing a benefit to the public. I think they've done a reasonable job at trying to do that. You've heard my concerns earlier. I think if we can address those concerns, I don't think there's a need to hold this up. The word keeps getting used that we're hurrying this. This isn't being hurried. It's following the legal process in the proper timing. It's not being rushed through to try to hide something or to get something over. It's going through the proper legal process like every development or other project goes through the city of Sebastian.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Dodd? Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand what Councilmember Dixon is saying about, you know, let's do more time and workshop it, but I will tell you that I don't think we can successfully do a workshop on this, and you know, there's absolutely, there's no way in my mind that the impact of having all of this development along 510 would outweigh or overlay, in my mind, the requirement not to impact the neighborhood along Shakespeare and the other streets in that area. No matter what happens on 510, and I know that 510 is going to be a mess, and it will be very interesting to see when FDOT finalize their plans, just how many of these new entrances and exits to places on 510 will actually have turn lanes, and how many places we will be able to make a left and or a right turn. Like, for example, I haven't seen anything on the 510 plan that talks about them providing all of these cuts and all these left and right turns. I mean, it may be possible for the developer to do that, but it might be that coming out of these new subdivisions, you have to go west on 510 to get to a turnaround to go east on 510. And that, if you're on the north side of 510, if you're on the south side of 510, you may have to go east to a turnaround, that gigantic wheel they're gonna build down there, and come west on 510. Those things are all part and parcel of what could happen there, and I think that's a problem that's much larger than what the City Council of Sebastian can deal with. If this was not a private subdivision, we could put something in here and require a percentage of these residences to be affordable, to fit the model for affordable. We can't do that on a private subdivision. They're not coming to Sebastian asking to build within our framework for us to maintain streets and for us to build stormwater and for us to do all that kind of stuff. So it would be impossible for us to say to them that we want you to put 20% of your property within the range that is workforce housing. And there's all kinds of measurements on that at the state level. You know, no more than 25% of your income within certain categories can be used for this stuff, and that dictates what you market it for and so forth. But it's a private subdivision, we can't do that. I mean, I'd love to see something in our land development code that requires that. So when somebody comes in, they know they have to do it, but we don't have it in there right now that requires that. So I don't see any way we can do that. I think if we gate off at the northern end of this 25-foot right-of-way, we stabilize the right-of-way, and we put language in here that gate is there in perpetuity, and that it's only for emergency access. If it only is going to get opened if there's a need for emergency access, then I think we're protecting that area. And I do know the resolution that the lady, I can't remember her name, referenced. Okay, and what it says in that resolution is that Shakespeare, Lighthouse, and Ocean Breeze will be one-way traffic only. So within the framework of that resolution, if we open up Shakespeare and keep it one-way only, we haven't impacted that. What I don't want to do is open it up, period. I don't want to open it up south of where it connects right now, as it makes that turn onto, Lighthouse. That's actually a very pretty drive. It reminds me of driving to Inverness or some of those places in Florida that are really nice. It's a very pretty drive. I wouldn't want to do anything to mess that up. So I think we can move forward on first reading on this, and we can move forward by modifying a couple of these items here. And I can try to make a motion if you'd like me to, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. God, this is a resolution, right? Or is it an ordinance?
Look on page 159, I think that'd be the best. 159 has those conditions.
169, yes.
Oh, I was looking at
Yeah,
159.
that's what I was looking at, but I wanted to, okay, it's ordinance number. I'll move that we approve ordinance number 2311 with the following conditions. Condition number A, as listed in the staff recommendation. Condition B, as listed in the staff recommendation. Condition C, as listed in the staff recommendation. Condition D would be reworded to indicate that the 700 linear feet of 25-foot right-of-way would be stabilized. A gate would be placed at the juncture of, make sure I got it right, Lighthouse Point and Shakespeare, and that gate would be maintained for emergency access in perpetuity. That condition A, as in the document, be approved. That we remove condition F and condition H, and that we agree to condition G, which basically says the HOA will maintain the public amenities in perpetuity. That's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second? Second. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember McPartlin?
No.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
No.
And Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, where are we now?
Do they need to?
Item number 11A, we're moving on to item 11A, City Manager's Employment Agreement.
Mr. Mayor, you want to take 2 minutes to let him go?
Mayor, do you want to go ahead and do a motion to extend the meeting?
What time is it?
It's 9:15 or 9:14.
Yeah, I'll move that we extend the meeting till 10 o'clock.
Second.
So we have a motion to extend till 10 o'clock. As second, Madam Clerk? Yes.
You can do that by voice.
Yeah, everybody's good? 10 o'clock?
Yes.
10 o'clock? Okay, good. We're in agreement. 10 o'clock.
That was nasty.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
All right, where are we, 247? Oh,
When were we going to have the public hearing for the second reading public hearing?
oh, yeah, we gotta set the public hearing the second, yeah. Let's set the public hearing.
They have a recommendation in there?
Huh?
They have a recommendation on when the,
What is that?
What page? I'm sorry, I tore my page out. 11.
You have a date you'd like to do the second read?
On this, River Oaks one we just had?
October 11th. October 11th.
October 11th.
October 11th?
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor,
that's the date on
Mr.
here.
Mayor, I'll amend my motion to include setting the second reading date to October 11th.
All right, you amend your second?
Hold on.
So, yes, I amend my second.
All right,
We do have to vote again.
yep. All in favor of moving it
They did.
to the second to October
11th.
11th? Bob, you good with that? Second reading, October 11th?
Is that part of the first
We're
one,
still
or that's a
on
new
that
motion?
same
No, it's a new
A
motion.
new motion, sure.
Fine.
Yeah,
So are we
okay, we're
rescinding the
good.
prior motion?
Are you okay with that?
So, all right, hold on. So we called the vote on the approval,
I think we
and
need
then we
to,
did a motion to extend the hearing until 10 o'clock. Okay, so you want to do a reconsideration you want to call back and amend your motion to add the date certain?
Do I need to do that way? Or can I just do a motion to set the second reading on this until that date? What do you think?
well,
I
the
guess-
question I would ask, ma'am, is that second vote we just took, was that a replacement for the first vote?
No.
Or was it just to amend to
Not
add the
unless
date?
it's recalled.
Because we had two members that voted no on that
Yeah.
motion.
Okay. Should I recall and redo the whole thing?
I think that would be the clearest way to do it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move that I'd like to recall my motion on
Or 02311.
I mean,
2211.
I don't think you have
2311.
you don't have to set that. I mean, it's already,
Well, I have to recall it in order to replace it with the second date.
I mean, you don't need to make a motion. I mean, it's already, established and published,
Okay.
right?
Do I not have to make a motion to recall it?
Hold on just a
Yeah,
second.
let's just recall it and do it again.
Let me
cover our
confirm
votes.
with the clerk real quick.
It hasn't been advertised, but do we have to include
You don't.
the announcement of the second reading? Can you just announce it?
Right, yeah, it doesn't
So-
have to be in your motion. It
Okay,
doesn't-
so we're okay.
You're-
I remove my motion to recall.
Okay.
It's just a
We're okay.
courtesy.
When
It's
she
generally
advertises
just
it, she just gives the date.
Right, it's generally just a courtesy to let the public know when they would come back for the next reading, but the clerk will advertise the appropriate date.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right, okay, good. All right, we're moving on to item 11A. Orange or something, whatever that is.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the employment agreement with the city manager.
So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to know if Brian still wants a job.
No, we don't need public input on that, or do we? Yes.
I do have a question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Benton, are you happy with this agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this? Hearing none, anybody on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
Public input's closed. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion from council?
Yeah, let me just say, because I see a couple of quizzling faces down there, there were a couple of changes based on some things related to the emergency declaration and some things to the contract that required that it be brought back.
Right.
Okay, so it didn't materially change what was done in the past. It was just basically those things that came back.
Yeah, we just edited number 10.
Okay, so we're good.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. No other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
No.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes?
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes?
And Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, can we have a conversation?
Yeah.
Because I know it's not going to be acceptable. Okay, so.
So do we want to
What
discuss?
I would like to propose, and we can clean this up very quickly. What I would like to propose is that we provide Mr. Benton a city automobile that he can use within 75 miles of the city. Standard accounting stuff for personal miles, just like you would do normally. Mr. Benton's residence is less than 40 miles from the city, which means it would be he would be able to use it within that range for that purpose. If he needs to travel outside the 75-mile radius for city business, that's something that would be typically a conference or something like that. That's going to come to the council anyway. So the council can either approve that he take the vehicle outside the 75-mile radius, or if he chooses to ask for financial reimbursement to take his personal vehicle to the conference, that's perfectly fine. That can be part of the approval process. So basically what it amounts to is we give him an automobile. That automobile is his to use within 75 miles of the city, period.
Mr. Mayor, may I talk?
Yeah, please do.
So, I'm going to be honest, my concern is I want to understand why an employee of 5 years is trusted less than a city attorney that we just hired. I love our city attorney, so I made it clear to her if I had this discussion that this had nothing to do with her, this had to do with a contract. The city attorney's contract reads exactly as the city manager's contract read the first time. There was no hullabaloo, I can't even say it right. There was no outrage, there was no upsetness that she was going to take advantage of the city. There was no anything, but because we had a city manager that ran by a different contract that was approved by a different council, it's like it somehow put a cloud over Mr. Benton's head. And in my mind, it put no cloud over this man's head. He has been amazing. He has done a wonderful job. He stands on his own 2 feet without an issue. I just don't understand why there's an outrage over his contract when it is duplicate to what our city attorney has currently. And there was not a single eye batted over her contract. That's my issue. That's my issue. Simply and plainly, why are we trying to make a big deal about this man's contract when he's worked here and been amazing for the past 5 years, but yet somebody we've just met, just recently hired, we have no issue with having the exact same thing he had. We can discuss that if we'd like.
I'm confused down at this end because maybe I missed something. But I remember 2 weeks ago, whatever, we approved unanimously. It wasn't 5-0, it was 4-1. We approved his contract. And then I just heard he was happy with the contract now, and we just had a vote, and 4-1 to approve it. Does it have to be 5-0 and everybody happy? Or 3 and he's got the job? Because he's got Supermajority, he's gotten it both times, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe I can't hear everything down this end, I don't know.
Yeah.
Mr. Benton, are you going to sign the
I
contract?
negotiated this contract, and I honestly am baffled right now because Mr. Benton and I sat down and we went through all this stuff again, and he agreed to this particular language, and he's comfortable with that language. If he was not comfortable, I think he would have told me that he was not comfortable with the language that we end up adding to this. So I don't understand the problem.
How many times have we heard other people on this dais sit up here and say, including you, Bob, Mr. McPartlin, why aren't the contracts the same? Why don't they have the same parameters? Why would we treat him with kid gloves when we're not doing it with our attorney?
But that's when you talk before the vote. We had a vote. To me, it's move on.
Mr. Benton, will you sign the contract under the votes that we just did?
Vice Mayor, out of respect, I'm happy, I'll accept the contract the way it is.
Okay.
And I appreciate your comments. I will sign the contract based on how it is.
You know I support you 100%. I'm just annoyed by the disparity in the judgment of the contract, and I apologize, but the disparity is ridiculous for no reason whatsoever, and it doesn't make any sense.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I should take any offense to this, but I talked to you, Brian. You told me there was no problem with this. Nothing came up. So if something came up and you told somebody you had a problem, I'm pretty transparent. You tell me what you want, you get it.
I'll be clear. Mr. Benton said nothing except the fact that he was happy with this contract. This is me being unhappy with the fact that we are putting him under a microscope and what uses he has of that vehicle when we're not doing it to his coworker. And that bothers me. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. Can you tell me why?
No, but I know you're directing that at me, and I'm kind of tired of listening to it, so maybe I'll respond to it. Okay? Because you're the one causing the problem right now.
I am.
I'm not going to discuss it with you. It's my time.
Okay.
All right. I question the original contract, and I question it for very good reason. It provided Mr. Benton an automobile plus an allowance. That's not standard. That's not standard. Not 2.5 months ago, we sat in this room, and 4 of the council members in here chastised our last city manager for driving a city-owned vehicle within his contract right to the West Coast. Talk about disparity, okay? This council agreed as a result of that, 5-0, to provide the new city manager an allowance, not an automobile. That was the result of that conversation, okay? The offense that I'm taking is the fact that Mr. Nunn is playing a game here with this.
I am not playing a game.
I don't want to talk to you, and I don't want to listen to you. Playing a game here with this. So here's the issue, and the last meeting when this came up, and I questioned that. What I said was that rather than give Mr. Benton the exclusive use of an automobile when he chooses to use it plus an allowance, what I said was, let's just give him a car. I said that. Let's just give him a car. I never questioned whether he should not have a vehicle. I said, rather than give him both, let's just give him a car. And all of a sudden, that wasn't acceptable. And that wasn't acceptable to Councilmember Nunn, who interrupted me and put a fast, hard motion in play in that process. Never gave me an opportunity to carry that forward. All right? So here it is, plain and simple. He says he supports Brian Benton. I think he assumes that I don't support Brian Benton. Nope. I support this man 100%. I mean, I told him 2 days after Paul Carlisle resigned, I went to his office and said, would you please apply for the job? I'll support you for the job if you apply. All right? I support him 100%. My problem was that when that contract came forward, we had basically, for all intents and purposes, we had basically forced our last city manager to resign over what he felt was pressure coming at him because of the use of the car, and it was decided 5-0 that we would give the city manager an allowance. Not both, but an allowance. That was my objection to that contract. I stand on that today. I'm willing to give him an automobile that he can use for any use he has for that car. I have no issue with that. I said that when I brought up that issue with that contract 2 meetings ago. I think it was 2 meetings ago. I didn't know until after the fact that I was told that Brian would not sign the contract because it was a 4-1 vote rather than a 5-0 vote. And I talked to him about that, and I have no issue with that, none whatsoever. So it's kind of mystifying to me why we're rehashing all of this stuff that we don't need to rehash.
Right.
Okay, it's mystifying to me. All right, and I do take offense to the fact that it appears as though it's being said that I don't support him, and it's being said that I did this stuff because I was the one who did it. It's that simple, and I've said enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, hang on.
I need to respond to that.
Well, hang on just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Benton, are you comfortable with your contract? And we voted 4-1 on this contract that you and I negotiated.
Mayor, I think, and, you know, thank you, Councilmember Dodd. Thank you all. I just want to say that. Thank you. I think, you know, after the last contract, Councilmember Dodd is correct. I did not sign the contract. You and I had a discussion, and there were a couple elements that we needed to fix some language in here. That specifically the declaration of emergency to clarify that I was able to use the vehicle for that, and just clarify the words that were said, because there was some direction given on the dais that, you know, we needed to clarify a little bit better. So I did not sign the contract. You and I discussed it. We decided it was best to bring it back for clarification and make sure that, you know, everyone was in agreement with the verbiage that we had discussed and negotiated with the attorney to put into this contract. So yes, I think I stated it 5 minutes ago that I am happy with the contract. I will sign the contract going forward.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
I think it's very fair.
I just want to respond to one thing. Very little of this has to do with Mr. Benton's contract. It has to do with if the city attorney has the exact same contract that there's a huge problem with. Why is that not a problem as well? Because her contract says exactly what you had a problem with his saying. That's my problem. The disparity between the two contracts, with one you have no problem or haven't said there's a problem, the other you do. And that's my issue. It's not about Mr. Benton. It's not about you not supporting Mr. Benton. It's not about any of that. It's I don't understand why his contract is a problem, but hers that says the exact same thing is not a problem. That's my real only question. I just don't understand why.
We're all allowed to agree to disagree up here, so let's just move on.
I know you've said that a couple of times, and I understand your point. I think everybody else does too, but we're good with the contract. You and I will meet and sign the contract based on the motion that was made, correct?
Yes, sir. I will be signing the contract.
All right. Very good.
If I could
Thank
just
you.
add one thing, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Is that it was Mr. Dodd who caught me by surprise when he jumped out, because we had agreed 30 days, 90 days, 6 months to give him a chance, and he jumped out and said, boom.
Yeah,
and I was
right.
taken aback.
Yeah.
And I was shocked that it was Mr. Dodd that quickly, but I mean,
And I was happy.
I don't think anybody supports him more than Mr. Dodd.
That's right.
I know. All right. So our next item is item 11B. What is that? Did I have a paper?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. It's, well, I'm sorry, the attorney will have to read the resolution, but it is the resolution in regards to the city and county meeting set
That's
for September 21st at 10 a.m. at the county library.
Yep. Okay, that's it. That's what I was looking for. City attorney?
Resolution number R2321, a resolution of City Council of City of Sebastian, Florida, authorizing the Sebastian City Council to participate in a joint meeting with the Indian River Board of County Commissioners to discuss and plan matters of mutual interest and providing for an effective date.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Benton.
Thank you, sir. So this is a resolution that we are required by Florida statutes in order to have a joint meeting with the county. So this kind of formalizes that process for us and allows us to have this joint meeting. The meeting is scheduled for September 21st at 10 a.m. at the North County Library. There will be, our city council will be there along with the Indian River County Commissioners. The county administrator and myself finalized the agenda today. We're working on getting everything out, so the plan is to have the agenda summary and notice put out to the public tomorrow.
All right. Excellent. Very good. And yeah, for everybody, again, if you didn't hear that, that's going to be at the North County Library in the meeting room to the right when you go into the building. So there'll be a rectangle table set up, and we'll all be sitting around it, and the moderator will be in the middle. So, all right. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this? Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand.
All right. Public input is closed. All right. Council, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion of resolution number R-23-21. Approve.
Second? Oh, there you go. Second. Any other discussion?
I just want to thank my principal for allowing me to attend the meeting without docking my personal time.
Yeah, all right. Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
And Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 12A, Resolution R23-20, City Attorney.
Resolution number R-23-20, a resolution of City of Sebastian, Florida, repealing Resolution 1920, building permit fee schedule as required pursuant to City of Sebastian Code of Ordinances, Section 2681, providing for reduced permit fees pursuant to Florida Statute, Section 553.7912B, providing for conflict, severability, scrivener's errors, and effective date.
All right. Mr. Bent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item is amending an existing resolution in regards to our building permit fee schedule. The Florida statute introduced a fee reduction if a developer uses a private inspector for different things. So this established what our fee is going to be with that. And then also there were some additional fee changes that were made at the recommendation of our building official. And Mr. Eseltine is here if you all have any questions for him. But we are requesting approval of this resolution.
Yeah. I think everybody had the opportunity to read. If anybody have any questions, Wayne is here, so on the fees.
These are very small changes.
Yeah.
I'll move approval.
All right, so we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any final summation, anything we need to say? Hearing none? All right. Anyone from the public would like to speak on this? Hearing none. Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand.
Public input's closed. Did we make a motion in a second, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's call the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. We have, the next item is a memorandum, and remember, council, these are flipped. So in the pages in the back, and the backup are different. So we'll just start off with the memorandum of understanding between the City of Sebastian, IUPA, Mr. Benton. The first one, B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a reminder, the agenda 12B is actually pages 271 and 272 in your agenda packet.
Right.
And this one is in regards to our, the general employees, local 6054 and 6056. Just a quick synopsis. A few months ago, 2 months ago, I believe it was, council, directed staff to look into our wages, what we're currently paying, and develop a plan going forward. I have to thank Cindy Watson, Human Resources Director, and Mr. Ken Kilgore, who's our Finance Director, for their hard work in looking at all this and getting it done quickly so that we could go forward with having some discussions with our unions. And we did not re-enter into negotiations. This was just a discussion with these unions and presenting the process to them of what we were looking to do. So tonight we do ask for request approval of these MOUs and authorize the city manager to sign item 12B.
All right. Council?
I make a motion to approve the MOU between the IUPA and the city employees.
All right,
Second.
second. Any discussion? Anybody from the public would like to speak on this? Anyone on Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand.
Public input's closed. Any more deliberation from council? Hearing none, Madam. Oh,
Are they happy? Do the members seem
happy?
satisfied with this?
So, I mean, it wasn't a formal vote or anything, it was more of, it was a meeting for us to inform. This one is specific to IUPA 6054 and 6056. We had some general questions from their representatives, answered, seemed to be in agreement with it, but like I said, there was no vote and there was no real negotiation portion with it.
Well, Brian, I consider you a leader who has his finger on the pulse of, especially the employees. Do they seem happy? More
I believe
happy
so, yes,
than
sir.
less happy?
Yes,
More
sir.
happy, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk, roll call?
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
And Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, item C, Mr. Benton.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to confirm once again for this one, item 12C, in your agenda packets, it is really pages 269 and 270.
Right.
This one is in regards to the IUPA Local 6053, which is our police department. Once again, we had a couple meetings with them just to kind of introduce this, and just want to, one key part of this is raising the starting salary for a police officer to just over $50,000 a year, which is going to make us a lot more competitive with the local market, and ensure, that we can get some quality new officers while also, ensuring that we're taking care of our existing officers as well.
Yeah, most important. All right, thank you for that. Council, what's your pleasure on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody from the public want to speak on this? Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Anything else from council?
That was a thumbs up.
That was a thumbs up.
I would just like, I would like to say thank you to the city manager and Cindy and Ken for knocking this out, getting it done, and very happy that we can take care of our employees properly and hopefully fix some of the issues with retaining them as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
All right. Next item, city attorney matters.
My microphone is dead. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear it. They all need to hear it, so let's hear it.
I sent you all an email earlier today with some information for tonight's hearing and what is substantial competent evidence. I'm asking for consideration of putting an agenda item for discussion at an upcoming meeting for me to discuss some potential changes and/or codifications. There's some things that we have adopted by resolution I believe should be codified, and I would like to discuss some of those matters with you. Also, some recent events regarding citizen boards, things of that nature. I'd like to, have a city attorney discussion with you all and get some direction.
All right, yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, could you include in that the possibility of doing some education?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't know how many years ago it was, but at one time we had all the members of the
Yes, sir.
boards come into the room at one time.
That's part of
Well,
it.
that's what she's talking about.
Is that what
That's
you're
we're
talking about?
Yes, sir.
doing, is
Okay, all right.
bringing
Yes,
them all
sir.
in
I
and do
didn't
a
hear you say
training
that,
and.
so okay.
Well, I have a list,
Yeah.
and that's on it.
Okay, good.
I just need direction from you
Okay.
to do it.
Yeah, absolutely, bring it back. I'm good with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think that would be fantastic, and I sit on a lot of the county boards, and the county attorney would come to those boards and talk about sunshine
Right.
and everything else at least once a year, because you do have new members that come on, and they get a better understanding, so thank you for the initiative.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're good with that. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right, city manager.
Sorry, I got to get my microphone back. Well, first off, I just want to apologize, and I do need to recognize Mr. Kilgore and Ms. Watson for their hard work on the item 12C, which was the police department local union discussions. I recognized them on the first one, not the second one, so they put a lot of hard work and time and effort into that, so I want to thank them. Second thing is, or two more things, just a reminder, want to state it again, Monday is our first public hearing for the budget. That'll be here at City Hall. That's on Monday. And then next week, once again, the city and county meeting, September 21st at 10 a.m. at the North County Public Library.
Is the meeting Monday at 6?
I think it's at
6:01?
Yes,
6,
it is at
okay.
6.
6, the budget meeting.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna have to be on Zoom for that.
Okay.
All right, no worries. Is that it for you, Brian?
And just thank you all, once again for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with each one of you and working with our citizens and continuing to move Sebastian forward, and I look forward to it as we go forward. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Yeah, good job. Welcome, brother. Look forward to that ink drying on that paper.
Now you can change your voicemail.
City clerk. All right.
I'm going to get that signed tonight.
Council matters, Vice Mayor Nunn.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all the staff for always working so hard. It's appreciated. Brian, thank you, because I've heard a lot of feedback from community members, builders, developers, people that have talked to you, have asked questions. People in the back of the room that were here tonight had emailed and things, and they just really appreciate your response and your thoughtful answers. Thank you.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Ms. Dixon.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dodd. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. McPartland.
See you Monday, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and me, I want to say on record, recently I've had a number of people and some of the events and things that I do in the community have come up to me and talk about our employees here within the city, how well they've been treated, how on top of their jobs they are. And I want you to commend everybody, the staff, to keep doing that good work, because people in the community recognize people come into the building department for permits or whatever. They're just treated so much better, they're telling me. I don't know how it was before, but I'm just saying that I'm hearing this. So let the staff know that people are watching and they love what's happening here now, the direction in which we're going. So we really appreciate it. So, and that's it for me, and this meeting's adjourned.